How is everybody? Hope you had a good holiday weekend. Good to hear, Pius. $26.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday after Memorial Day. Hope you had a great holiday weekend. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X on this 100 days from the Eagles and Cowboys kicking off the NFL season. Just 93 days away from the first big Thursday of the college football season with 16 games on tap, including a few of the locals. But first, top of the morning to you, Mark. How was your holiday weekend?
It was terrific, David. And to throw one more number at you, 31 days until I go on vacation.
Uh-oh. You got one day off and you started thinking about more.
You got that right. You got that right. Hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend. Not just you, David, but everybody out there listening. Hope you had a little time to spend with family, relax, and reflect upon why it is we had yesterday off. David, I don't know. I'm guessing you took in a lot of sports over the weekend. I probably didn't take in as much as I should. I did not watch a second of auto racing the entire weekend. Not the 500, not the 600, not the Monaco Grand Prix. Not 1 second of it. I watched some hoop. I watched some hockey. I didn't watch America's Pastime over the weekend. I had one of those rare things happen, and some of you parents may understand, but my daughter was invited to go to a lake house for the weekend with one of her friends and you know, the people who take parents and take care of her, etc. So we were child free for the entire weekend for the first time in our married lives since our daughter was born. That's the only weekend that we've ever had without our daughter.
So 11 years.
Yeah.
This past weekend was 11 years in the making.
Yes.
Wow.
Right. Crazy.
So what'd you do?
Well, my wife had to work a lot this weekend, so I played in a golf tournament on Monday. We went out to a very nice dinner Saturday night, and we did nothing on Sunday. We had cocktails by the pool. We watched a little bit of the hockey game. We watched Dallas and Edmonton while floating in the pool. It was glorious.
Wow. That sounds awesome.
It really was.
Good for you guys. Did she come home?
She did.
Okay.
And the only thing, she was in Lake Placid, Florida, and that's about 90 minutes away from where we live. And I don't do Florida lakes because I'm convinced in all Florida lakes are large Florida alligators.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how you could not be.
And when she got invited, we didn't immediately say yes. This is one of my daughter's friends from gymnastics, and it was her grandmother who invited her. So when we saw Joy at gymnastics last week, I just said to her, "What about the alligators?" And she looked at me and she said, "All the times in my life I've been there, I've never seen one. I know they exist, but we've never seen one." I said, "You have one job, and that's to make sure my daughter doesn't get eaten by an alligator."
Right.
I'm going to be pissed if my daughter's eaten by an alligator.
Right.
That's all I care about.
Right.
And daughter 1, alligator 0.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm of the belief that unless it's a pool, there's an alligator in it. You know, or a shark. Okay?
Right.
That's my thought process. Unless it's a pool, all right, there's a gator or a shark waiting for you. So, all right. It's always good to come back with 2 arms, 2 legs, and 10 and 10. Right.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, that's good. So it was a good weekend. So maybe, you know, I hope you two don't have to wait 11 more years for this.
I don't think it will be that long.
Good.
I have a strange feeling as the child's now a little bit older, there may be more of these in our future in the coming years. But no, apparently she had a great weekend. We had a great weekend, had a terrific Sunday, just lying around and sitting in the pool. So, yeah, it was nice to get a little reprieve from life for a couple of days, if you know what I mean.
So you didn't watch a single lap of racing. I watched most of the laps of racing. I did.
Of both America. I know you don't watch F1. Or maybe you did. Did you watch Monaco? It's a big race.
Believe it or not, I flipped it on late during qualifying. All right. I caught the last 10 minutes of qualifying just to see who was going to be on the pole. Because, Mark, we know how this works. If you're on the pole, you're going to win the race. The race is a race to the first turn. That's it. And you have a really good chance of getting to the first turn in first if you win the pole. I saw who was on the pole. I said, I'll bet you he wins the race. Mark, check out who won qualifying and who won the race. It's the same guy.
Well, there's a shocker. And I know that, Larson there tried to do the double and crashed and then crashed again, and it didn't work. And that would be a hell of an accomplishment. To do 1,100 miles in one day, it would be a fantastic accomplishment. Obviously, it's not that easy.
Only one guy's done it, Tony Stewart. Robbie Gordon came a lap short at Charlotte of doing it. He did all 200 laps at Indy and finished a lap down in the Coca-Cola 600, so he came a lap short. He did 1,098.5 miles, Mark, not 1,100.
I shouldn't say I watched zero racing. I did not know, and I thought the Indy 500 started earlier. I flipped it on. It had already started. I immediately turned it off. I thought if I got there in time to see the first lap, gentlemen, start your engines and all that stuff, I would have watched, but they had already started. It was a little bit of a delay for the start of the race anyhow, so I turned it on and then turned it off again. Kind of like trying to fix a computer, if you know what I mean.
I understand. Here's what I was as interested in as anything else this big racing weekend. We had two new networks televising the two big races in America. Fox doing Indy. Fox hadn't done an Indy 500 before. So I was just curious, were they going to do it differently? If so, what would be different? Better, same, or worse? And Amazon doing a NASCAR race. Okay, I'm in. I'll watch. Now, it also helped, we had the gentleman who directed the Earnhardt series on late last week. And so, I could tell you, I think it was my Sunday, Indy 500, parts 1 and 2 of the Earnhardt docuseries. Okay, leading into Nick's Pacers, which also, and then flipping over to the race.
Did you make it a point, and I know you don't normally do this, David, but because you took in that much racing, did you grab every hat that you had in the house and change hats as you were changing networks just to keep up with the sponsors?
No, I was changing my accent, though. Okay, from race to race and throwing in some hoop, I was having fun changing my accent from an overseas accent to Mike Breen, bang! All right, to then, a little Southern accent with the Amazon race coverage. So that's what I did, Mark.
Was the overseas accent because nobody that runs in the Indy 500s from America?
Well, that's not entirely true, but it is interesting that Fox decided this year to go with overseas announcers for IndyCar. It was one of the first things I noticed. I'm like, there are a couple of American IndyCar champions that are available. So now I'll say this. I thought both networks covered the race better than the networks who had been covering the race. I thought Fox's coverage was better. There was also less commercials. There were far fewer commercials in Amazon's race coverage than normal Fox NBC race coverage. Like, it's documented also. A stunningly fewer number of commercials even. So, okay, that's a good place to start. I mean, you and I have always wondered, so we have live racing and we can't see it? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of covering the race? I mean, we don't miss any of the soccer, football, basketball, hockey, baseball. How can you go to commercial while there's green flag racing? I'm serious. Miller and Moulton have wondered that from the very beginning. We used to have Dave Despain on regularly. Had him for over a decade, regularly on the show. All right. And one of our first 3 questions to him 20 years ago was, why are you guys okay with going to commercial while there's green flag racing? How can you guys be okay with this? You did that in any of the other sports, people would lose their minds.
I mean, that's the Heidi game, for crying out loud.
Right.
And they do it all the time. Golf does it all the time.
You know,
Like, golf can't avoid it.
Right. I mean, hopefully they at least the leaders are walking from first shot to second shot or second shot to the green, jam in a break. Oh, okay. But anyway, so yeah, I did. I watched a lot of racing. I thought both networks covered it better than the networks who had been covering those races. I enjoyed it. Our guy won the Coca-Cola 600. It was actually pretty thrilling. All right.
Did something that no one's ever done before.
Right.
Came from starting in the last position and won the race. That's never happened at that race before.
With a backup car also, because he wrecked his primary car. So, yeah, it was impressive. And he tracked down the 2 guys who have pretty much dominated the circuit this year. And he tracked them both down in the final 100 laps. It was good stuff. I enjoyed it.
So David went racing this weekend.
Yeah.
I enjoyed a little time outdoors this weekend. We're hoping you had a terrific weekend as well. We have a pretty good little show lined up for you today. It is a Tuesday after all. That means David Samson will join us in the 7 o'clock hour for the last time. We will explain. Pat Kirwan also on the show today to talk NFL, and Brad Gillie to talk NASCAR. The starting 5, 25 minutes away on Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Defining a new era in Men's Health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. 100 days from today. Eagles, Cowboys, the NFL season kicking off. 93 days away to the first big Thursday night of the college football season, with 16 games taking place, including a dinner time kickoff, almost an early bird kickoff. Is 5:30 when South Florida hosts Boise State? Is that an early bird, 5:30 Eastern kickoff?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So there you go. I mean, we're 93 days away from an early bird. Nothing says college football in Florida quite like an early bird.
It really, I mean, if you think about it, it's the perfect start time.
It is. In fact, if I'm South Florida or UCF, I'd bring in a sponsor and let's do it every year. Besides, between ESPN, ESPN2, FS1, somebody like that, it's like, you want to tell them, what are you going to do, another talking head show? What, another sports center? Okay, how about a game? Let's go. Brought to you by Cracker Barrel.
I'm glad you went Cracker Barrel. I was thinking Golden Corral, but I think we're in the right frame of reference there. Restaurants that fill up around 4:30, 5 o'clock with a certain type of personnel for dinner. That's all.
And by certain type of personnel, you mean wanting to eat a lot? Is that what you mean?
No, I actually meant people that are a little older. But
okay.
Yes, they want a lot of food too, apparently.
Gotcha. Well, it's over. We would like to congratulate these teams for making the baseball playoffs. And there'll be games played, about 110 of them, between now and the official start of the playoffs. But we would like to congratulate these teams because you take a look at the standings the Tuesday morning after Memorial Day, and you can etch 85 to 90% of this sucker in stone. Happens all the time. You don't think so? How could it? Season's so long. Come on. We're at the 1/3 pole. I don't know what to tell you, man. Basically, it's a race to Memorial Day. And somehow they figure out the rest. That's what Miller and Moulton have found. So, Mark, hey, right now, you're $20. Okay? And I don't know if we even have that in our account. But Yankees have won the East. Anybody?
I agree.
Anybody going to bet against that?
Right. 21,000's the text line. When you hear a division winner that you don't think is going to win the division, let me know.
Right. Congratulations to the Yankees. They have won the American League East.
They are 6 in front of the Tampa Bay Rays. That's the only other team in the division that's over 500 right now.
And by the way, that's the Rays after they've won 6 in a row. I mean, think about what this lead could have been. We'd like to congratulate the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, Guardians took 3 of 4 in that big 4-game series, but Detroit still has a 5-game lead over those Guardians.
The Tigers, by the way, home to the best record in baseball. Thank you very much. Those Detroit Tigers. We'd like to congratulate the Seattle Mariners. This is always shaky. It's the Seattle Mariners.
It is the Seattle Mariners, and there's this Houston team that's a game and a half behind them, and they have what's called championship pedigree, David.
Well, and not only that, the Mariners since Griffey don't. I mean, pretty much since Griffey, and definitely since Ichiro. So the Mariners lead by a game and a half, 2 in the loss column. We'd like to congratulate them for winning the American League West. Some of you think we may be premature. I'd like to congratulate the Phillies for winning the National League East. See, the Braves aren't their closest pursuer. If they were, then I think it'd be in question. The Mets are. I've followed this team since I was 7. I'd like to congratulate the Phillies for winning the East.
It was funny. We did this exercise a few weeks ago. The Mets were on top. And you just asked me, do you think the Mets win the division? And I said, no, I think the Phillies do. And you said, I agree.
Right. And I'm a pretty big fan.
Yeah.
We'd like to congratulate the Cubs for winning the National League Central. They have a 3-game lead on, and it was not supposed to be this team, the St. Louis Cardinals. Wow. Cardinals were supposed to be lousy this year. Team hated their manager. The GM's a lame duck. They've already named his replacement. Trading away as much salary as they can. They didn't have much of a farm system. Well, I don't know who these guys are playing good baseball. I'm pace to win 90. But they're the St. Louis Cardinals. And we would like to congratulate the Los Angeles Dodgers. We actually did this ceremony 10 weeks ago, but we can do it again. We'd like to congratulate the Dodgers, even though their lead is only 2 games, 1 in the loss column on San Diego, and they've got like 9 starting pitchers on the IL. But we'd like to congratulate the Dodgers anyway for winning the West.
I think 5 of 6 of these are done. I think the Mariners, although I picked them to win the division, I think the Mariners have the toughest road ahead of them. But, David, I don't see the Cardinals continuing on with this type of baseball. I mean, that's the other thing you have to look at. Yeah, the Mets and Phillies, I think, will be there when it's all said and done, and the Braves might sneak right back into that race. I think the Phillies are the best team. I thought the Phillies were the best team in March. I still think that. The Dodgers, we all thought in March they were the best team, not only in their division, but probably in baseball. But when I look at the Cubs and how well they've started off, and that it's just the Cardinals who are 3 games back, and then the Reds and Brewers are not even 500, Cubs are going to the playoffs. They're going to win that division, David.
I'm with you. I picked them to win the division. By the way, this is the most games the Cubs have won before June 1st since 2016. So there.
I will say something happened while we were gone that had not happened in quite a while, and I think it needs to be noted on the show since we're talking a little baseball. The Colorado Rockies won a game.
Only one, however.
One, and they beat the Yankees.
They did. Okay. Got to admit, they had fun with the headlines in New York. Yankees lose to worst team ever.
Yankees came back and whooped them a few times after that. Colorado is 9-45. 9-45. That is a 167 winning percentage.
This is my favorite stat. They've played 54 games. Their run differential is minus 173. That means they lose every game by more than 3 runs a game.
And that's right where you can triple that. At 54, gets you to 162.
Correct.
That's 27 victories. They are on pace for 27 victories. David asked me the question last week, have the Tigers already won? The Tigers, who have the best record in baseball right now, have the Tigers won more games than the Rockies will win the entire season? Detroit has won 35 games. Will the Rockies win 26 more games the rest of the season?
Well, listen, it's a lock that the Tigers would win the bet if we give the Tigers the rest of this week until June 1st. So that's why we have to do this bet right now. Okay? The Tigers have won 35 games. Will the Rockies over the next 4 months and a week catch them?
I say yes, David.
I say no.
Oh, my goodness.
I say no.
And the Rockies are doing plenty of other teams a big favor because Baltimore, who was predicted by many to hang in that division, has won just 19 games. The White Sox, last year's miserable franchise, have won just 17 games. And the Pirates have also just won 19 games this season.
Up until 3 days ago, the Orioles had the worst record in the American League. My goodness. The starting 5 is next.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Paul, I was following it live.
Yeah, David was a little upset about that.
I would have been as upset if it had happened in reverse. It's total BS. I don't even care the teams involved. Do I feel worse because, Tillette and I are friends? Yes. But, oh my God. You'll hear about it, EB. Coming up. By the way, I love the Earnhardt docuseries.
I watched the first episode. I loved it.
The old footage? Oh, my goodness.
Fans aren't buying it in St. Louis. They're down 5. They're on pace to have 500,000 less fans this year than a year ago.
By the way, I think the Rockies are 10th in attendance.
Yes.
Think about that.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until David Samson joins us for the final time at this hour. David will continue to join us. He'll continue to join us on Tuesdays. We're just going to have to push back when he joins us. So for many of you, you may have to hear it differently than you hear it now. We'll explain with David coming up. Pat Kirwan in a little more than an hour. Brad Gillie at the top of our bonus hour here on Miller and Moulton. 100 days until Eagles and Cowboys kick off the NFL season. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
We'll start with hockey. And you know what? Give it up to the Carolina Hurricanes. The Panthers are better. We all know that. They're down 3-0. They're not going to win this series. They whooped the Panthers last night. They outplayed them by much worse than, add 2 empty netters. The final was 3-0, but give Carolina some credit. They'll force a game 5. Likelihood is Panthers will get Reinhart and Mikkola back for those games, and it doesn't bode well for Carolina, but Freddie Anderson with 20 saves. They had been outscored 16-4 in the series. They snapped that 15-game Eastern Conference Finals losing streak. Good for them. And besides, we get a little more hockey, including Game 4 tonight out west. 8 o'clock ESPN, Dallas down 2-1, needing a win in Edmonton. This just in, Connor McDavid's got it going on. Uh-oh. That's what that means for Dallas and possibly Florida as well. NBA, very entertaining game. Oklahoma City had the lead throughout. SGA with 40, and he nearly had a triple-double. Jalen Williams with 34. How many of you had seen Jalen Williams play before these playoffs? The Oklahoma City starters outscored the Timberwolves starters by 39 points. Now, the T-Wolves bench did outscore the Thunder bench by 37. Add it all up, both teams shot over 50%. OKC goes up 3-1 in the Western Finals. They edged the Timberwolves 128-126. Very quiet night for the T-Wolves' 2 best players. Anthony Edwards had just 16. Julius Randle had just 5. What's most interesting is between those two players, they only took 20 shots. Meanwhile, the two guys I mentioned for Oklahoma City, SGA and Jalen Williams, they took 54 shots. So the Timberwolves lived off their bench and the Thunder lived off their two best players. They're up 3-1. Indiana's going to try to go up 3-1. The Pacers are 2.5-point favorites tonight at home against the Knicks, who came back from another 20-point deficit, albeit in the second quarter, down 10 going to the fourth. So the home teams are 0-3 in this series. First home team to win a game wins the series, maybe? Game 4, Pacers at home tonight, up 2-1. Baseball. Mark, it took the Rays 8 weeks. Took them 2 months to figure out this whole outdoor Tampa thing. Now they got it figured out. They've won 6 straight at home. Tampa Bay 7-2 over Minnesota. They're above 500 are the Rays. First time since they were 4-3. Yankees do have a 6-game lead, however, in the East. They scored 4 in the fourth, beat the Angels 5-1. Orioles have won 3 in a row. They're still in last. 5-2 winners over the Cardinals. Jacob deGrom did not have a strikeout. First time that's ever happened. He was a tough luck loser again. Only gave up 2 runs in 6 innings, but lost to Toronto 2-1. Crochet, he pitched well. He only gave up 2 runs into the 7th, struck out 11, but Milwaukee beat Boston 3-2 anyway. And the Marlins had a late lead until Machado homered to tie it in the 8th, and then the Padres beat the Marlins in 11, 4-3. Mets won the battle of sac flies at home against the White Sox. The White Sox had 1 of them. The Mets had 2 of them. Dodgers 7-2 over the Nats. Ohtani led off the game with a homer again, his 19th homer on the season. He's on pace for 57. He's also throwing off a mound. They think he'll be pitching by the All-Star break.
Would you let him come back and pitch?
Yeah.
The way he's hitting the ball, you want to take a chance of, and I'm being serious, of losing him from pitching and not just make him a full-time hitter.
Yeah. Don't laugh, Mark. Probably only because they have so many pitching injuries. Like, I'm not sure the Dodgers, well, in fact, I'm pretty positive the Dodgers can't win the World Series with the healthy pitching they have right now. I actually think they're going to need him. I mean, they've got 3 big-time starters on the injured list with no guarantee of when these guys are going to return. I actually think they're going to need them, but I know what you're saying. Cubs 3-1 over the Rockies. Cubs have won 8 of 10. As we mentioned, the Rockies are 9-45, on pace to win 27 games. Reds pounded out 14 hits, beat the Royals 7-4. Diamondbacks snap a 5-game skid, shut out the Pirates 5-0. And Tigers have gotten back-to-back good pitching performances. 3-1 over the Giants. Giants are 2 back of the Dodgers. Tigers at 35-20, the best record in baseball. How about that? French Open, you could argue the biggest thing that's happened so far is they came up. He's already got a statue in front of Roland Garros there, but they one of the net stanchions, they honored Rafael Nadal. They one of the permanent parts of the court now is named after him. And Murray and Federer and Djokovic were all on hand for the ceremony. Nadal, by the way, says, I don't miss it at all. I gave everything I had. I got nothing. I don't even know if I can play around with my friends. I'm shot. The 4th seed on the men's side, American Taylor Fritz, got upset in 4 sets yesterday. Top seed Sinner, 2nd seed Alcaraz, both advance in straight sets. Djokovic is the 6th seed, and he plays his first match later today. Women's side, Naomi Osaka got ousted in 3 sets. 9th seeded American Emma Navarro, she got beat 6-love, 6-1. Wow.
Right, in like an hour.
Yeah. I know, top 10 player in the world. She's had 2 great Grand Slams here recently. Got destroyed. Coco Gauff in action. She's the 2 seed later today. And American Jessica Pegula is the 3 seed. And she's also in action. later today. A lot of college sports, believe it or not, took place over Memorial Day weekend. Cornell won the lacrosse national championship, their first since '77. Harvard won the fencing title last year. Ivy League have won 2 natties in the last 2 years. Good for them. College golf, the Knowles choked like big hairy dogs down the stretch. They don't qualify for the final 8-team competition, missed it by a stroke. They had 2 double bogeys on the 126-yard par 3, 17th, to go from 6th to 9th. Gators qualify for the team match play. They finished 3rd. Softball, we're down to 8, 5 of them SEC. The Gators are the 3 seed. They'll play Texas to begin their double elimination tournament on Thursday. Florida State. Did you see how Florida State got ousted? They got ousted in the Super Regional by Texas Tech. Texas Tech spent $1 million on a pitcher last offseason. She beat Florida State twice, held them to 1 run in 2 games, and has pitched Texas Tech into the College World Series. They gave her $1 million. Was it worth it?
You know what? Great for the girl. Good for her. In my opinion, no.
Okay.
That's a lot of money to spend on a non-revenue generating sport. A lot of money.
College
Think you
baseball.
couldn't have got her for $500,000?
Apparently not. Apparently not. College baseball, the 64-team field is set. 13 schools from the SEC, including 8 of the top 16, meaning they'll host regionals. The only 3 SEC schools not to make it, Missouri, South Carolina, and A&M. Vandy's the number 1 overall seed. The Knowles are number 9. They're hosting Bethune to start things off. Miami's got Alabama in the Southern Miss region. Florida's got East Carolina in the Coastal Carolina regional, and Stetson faces NC State in the Auburn regional. You know, that's funny. Stetson won the A-Sun, which is interesting because they lost the last game they played. Right. That's it. How can you? Okay. So the A-Sun tournament, it's finishing Sunday. It needs to finish Sunday. Okay. Because Monday at noon is when the bids go out. So FGCU and Stetson are playing. FGCU has to beat Stetson twice. FGCU has a 6-5 lead in the 7th. There's 6 hours of rain and lightning. And so instead of staying and finishing at 2, 3 in the morning, and by the way, by 10 o'clock at night, the rain and the lightning had stopped. So they could have finished the one game and started the other. But somebody, whether it's the A-Sun or the NCAA, said the games had to be over at midnight. Why? The bids come out at noon on Monday. Why did the game have to be over at midnight? So they declared FGCU the winner of the 6-5 game, but since the 2 teams had split in the tournament, they awarded the A-Sun title to Stetson because they were the number 1 seed. FGCU won 4 games through the losers bracket, and they get a participation trophy to go home with. You got to be kidding me. You got a conference tournament, you play till somebody wins. Even Stetson thought it was a joke to win a conference tournament that way. Unbelievable. Only the A-Sun, I'm telling you, worst run conference in the country. Has been for a long time.
And look at the members that they have lost over the years because of administrative gaffes. If you look at from Belmont on, the teams that have left for things that don't have to do with something on the field or court.
I know FGCU doesn't have the money. They're new, and he's not new. He's been on the job a couple years. He should go public with how unhappy he is, and he should say, you know, we'd love to leave the conference. We need money to do it. Would you like to help us? And I'll tell you what, some people may come out of the woodwork for this. Seriously, say, we want to go to the Colonial. We want to go to the SoCon. Anybody want to help us? I'd go public with my discontent if I'm FGCU. This is a joke. And it has nothing to do with the fact it's FGCU. If it was reverse, I'd be screaming about Stetson getting screwed.
If it was Rhode Island that happened,
Yes.
we'd be the same way. You play a conference championship to crown a conference champion, not to stop in the middle and say, well, we think this team deserves it more.
I mean, the two teams played 8 times this year. They split the 8 meetings. Don't get me wrong. Stetson had a better regular season. They had an RPI of 60. I mean, they wouldn't have gotten an at-large, but they should have, quite frankly.
Well, they wouldn't have because you got to put the entire SEC in, David.
Oh, exactly.
No matter whether or not they schedule non-conference games worth a damn or not.
Right. Racing, in case you missed it, Alex Palou won the Indy 500. You know, it's a good thing he passed Marcus Ericsson with like 12 laps to go, because Ericsson essentially got DQ'd yesterday for not passing post-race inspection. They moved them all the way down to 31st. That would have been embarrassing to have the winner of the Indy 500 get disqualified. Ross Chastain won the Coca-Cola 600, biggest win of his career, first win in 2 years. He chased down Denny Hamlin, and then he chased down the 24 car there in a backup car over the last 100 laps at Charlotte. And Lando Norris won the Monaco Grand Prix because he won the pole. And then that's all you need to do in F1. You win the pole, you win the race to the first turn, it's over. That's it. It's not racing, it's driving. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories, and the Ace Sun is a joke here on Miller and Moulton.
Hey, just a little note. Started reading this morning. And by the way, Florida fan, I'm not coming at you because you're not on this list. But 11 of the 16 SEC teams had a non-conference strength of schedule in the bottom half of college baseball. Basically, there are a lot of people out there saying the SEC doesn't play anybody in baseball because they just have to get a conference and go 500 and you get a bid. That's not Florida. They play teams like Florida State and Miami, and they play some of them on the weekends. Georgia does the same thing with Georgia Tech. South Carolina does the same thing with Clemson, although South Carolina's strength of schedule's not very good. So,
And I'll also give the Gators credit because they'll play FGCU, Jacksonville, North Florida, Stetson. Okay, Miller and Moulton, David Samson next.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, David.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am well. How about you?
Doing good. Enjoyed a day off for a change. Did you do a show yesterday?
I did a show, but I recorded it on Friday, so I had the day off as well.
All right. So you do a little more, just generic show?
I did a sit down. I interviewed Paul Rabel, the lacrosse player who founded the Premier Lacrosse League.
Okay.
He's the LeBron James of lacrosse. Interesting guy. He's trying to start a league.
Good luck.
Exactly.
I don't think we have a lot of appetite for those. Like I give all the credit in the world to that women's professional hockey league. There are certain places that it's doing really well in. I don't know if you'll ever make money doing it. Having spent as much time in minor league sports as I did, it's hard to make money.
Yeah. They've got great investors. He is a driven, smart, talented guy. If any league can make it, it's going to be this one. And he's doing it from the boots up. He's getting involved with youth lacrosse all the way up to professional lacrosse.
Like, I don't know, I doubt you pay much attention to it, but you've been on the high end of the executive side. Like this golf league that they're doing in Palm Beach, the made-for-TV golf, where they have these teams and investors are buying teams in Detroit. Well, they'll never have one of these venues. Does that league ever make money?
I don't see how it can.
I don't. Okay.
It's people who want to get in the room where they think it happens. How you doing, David?
I'm okay. All right, do you have light seeping through the blinds? What do you have?
Yeah, it's for another 3 minutes. This is interesting and surprising. It must be this week only. Before 7:15, the sun has not yet risen above, and it's in the exact spot where it's doing this.
Do we need a building, a cloud? What is it we're in need of here?
We're in need of time and the Earth to rotate.
Well,
which is one of the great things to need because it's guaranteed to happen.
It is. It just may do it slowly.
It goes faster than you think. You've watched the sunset.
I know.
You try to get a better photo and then it's gone. So I feel good by the end. This will be a good test. It's 6:59. I would say it's already gone down. When I first logged on, it was at my nose. So now it's
by 7. Well, the music will be done and we'll intro you at 7:01:30.
Right. So I would expect by 7:05 at the latest.
Okay.
It's already. It won't even last 7:05. Actually, I take it back.
Okay.
Way faster. I mean, I go like that and I make it gone now.
No need to.
It hurts my back anyway.
Remember, we talked about this last week. Okay. You don't want to look in a way. You want to look like Mark. Big wide screen, head looks small. You don't want to look like me. Okay, so just keep it the way you got it.
Nothing public until Thursday, by the way.
Okay.
But we can say it's the last time you'll join us at 7.
Without giving the reason why, you could.
Yeah.
Or we can just appear next Tuesday.
There you go.
At a different time and explain.
Keep that audience for 2 hours.
Same bat channel.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday, and we have started this hour of the show for, 2-3 years now with David Samson. He Have Nothing Personal with David Samson, award-winning podcast. He records it live at 8 a.m., and then they replay it again at 9 and at 10 on the DraftKings Network. Follow David on X, David the letter P Samson, David P Samson. We'll have news involving David Samson before the week is done, and stay tuned to Miller and Moulton next Tuesday because things will change in an exciting way. Okay, how about that for a tease? I'm bad at
it. Tell you, this is bringing me back to middle school. That type of teasing.
Thank you.
You teased a lot in middle school, David.
I got teased a lot.
Do you feel as if you got the last laugh when you came back to a reunion and you've had a lot of success? You've done a lot of great things. Did you show up at a reunion and just kind of say, how you like me now?
Yeah, I must admit that I did do that. And it sounds so trite, but I'm happy to admit anything to you guys. I felt like Aaron Brooks in broadcast news, which may be an old reference, but to me it's not, where I would say to people, yeah, but this is your peak right now as you're getting the crap beaten out of you and as everyone's getting the gorgeous girls and the quarterbacks, who can't read anything but a playbook. And I just said, just you wait. And then you come back to the reunions. I do agree to tell you that I did wear a World Series ring to a reunion one time.
Nice.
And,
well played.
Nice.
Yeah, I admit it. You know what, though? I deserved it.
Well, and not only that, you at least have to walk up to the one girl who always said no and said, how you like me now?
So funny story about that. There's so many who fit into that category. Some of them have become even more beautiful, and some of them clearly peaked in middle school, high school, etc. And so I've always found it interesting to go back at reunions. Just everybody does it, don't they? You take stock. Well, where do I fit? Where would I fit in now if we were all in high school looking exactly like this? Where would we fit in if we were all able to look back at our careers or at what we're doing now, whether you define success as money or define it as family or define it as happiness or define it as changing the world, which obviously I'd fail that one, but whatever it is you define it as, and go back and be able to actually, if you could talk to your 18-year-old self, what would you say? Well, I got a better idea. Like, what if you were your 18-year-old self as the older person? And there have been movies about this, but I do think about it, David. You've hit a nerve here because it's been happening more and more recently. Whereas I'm getting older, I feel like going back to reunions even more and more because I feel like I'm, hanging in there.
Agreed.
Just the sport jacket ensemble alone puts you at the top of my list.
It's a deal maker.
Absolutely.
You got good hair. You got $50 in the bank. Okay. And you got great sport coats. I say you go to as many as you can get. Hey, before we get to what we normally get, were you at the first game of the Knicks Pacers series?
Yes, I was.
Have you ever been at a game with that big of a comeback? Like you were obviously with the Marlins against the Cubs. It was 3-0 in the 8th, though. It was 3-0 in the 8th. Okay. As opposed to, like, have you ever been somewhere where you're like, this is over, get your jacket, we're leaving, and your team lost?
Yes, against the Pacers in 1994 when Reggie Miller scored 9 points at the end of that game and gave the choke signal. I was at both choke games, the Miller choke game, the Halliburton choke game, and I watched both of them from the damn concourse because I was already out of my seat getting ready to go onto 7th Avenue and get in a cab before the crowds would follow me. So I'm the one who tries to, I don't want to waste time waiting for a cab, have a show the next day, etc. But you don't actually leave the building until it's done. And then you run down the stairs and out of Madison Square Garden. So in 1994, I watched the choke game and the Knicks lost in regulation. I couldn't believe what happened. I literally couldn't believe it. And there were about 40 of us watching at the same time. But This time, game one, there were about 100 of us, including I was standing right next to Jimmy Johnson, the former coach of the Cowboys. And we were talking about Survivor because we were both on Survivor. And this comeback is happening and we're ready to get out so we can get out. And all of a sudden we had to go back to our seats for overtime. It was absolute lunacy.
Yes, it was. And do you give yourself credit for trying to be an early exit guy, or do you feel like you have egg on your face for being in the concourse for that?
I blame you. I blame you. If you and Jimmy Johnson just stayed in your damn seats, I mean, what the hell are you doing?
Was I guarding Neesmith? I'm just curious.
Well,
Nobody
no one
was. Nobody was, David.
So you're choosing to blame me for that?
I'm not.
If you'd stayed in your seat, you would have been closer to him than the Knicks were. Golly.
And I guess I would go back and tell you that being down 9 with 50 seconds to go is bad and losing. But when you're down 3-0, or when you're up 3-0 with 2 outs in the 8th inning, or 1 out in the 8th inning, and then you give up 8 runs in the game 6 of a league championship series, and your team hasn't won. Forget the Knicks, who haven't won since 1972. At that time, the Cubs hadn't won since whatever it was, over 100 years at that point.
1908.
So I thought that was a bigger comeback, what the Marlins did, not because I was just at the game and it was an out-of-body experience. So I didn't view myself as the president of the team at that point. I was just watching this 8-run 8th in disbelief. And I felt that with what the Pacers did to the Knicks. But the stakes in Eastern Conference Finals, it's the same round, as you know, championship series, Eastern Conference Finals. But what happened last week was game 1. What happened in Chicago was game 6. And it was a clinching game for the Cubs, who then lost. So I think the stakes were bigger at Wrigley.
Question for you regarding Ohtani. If you were, because this is something, if you were in the front office of the Dodgers, I think this would be something that you would have to be mulling over. Would you let him pitch again? And I know he's getting paid all this money. I get it. 19 home runs, the opportunities that he has at the plate every day versus once every 5 days. And if he gets hurt again pitching, does that affect his hitting? What would you do?
Here's the problem. I would have done it when we signed him. So it's too late now. And the reason it's too late is that when he signed with the Dodgers, much as when he signed with the Angels, part of it was to pitch, and he was guaranteed that right. And this is an important point because as an executive, you look at Ohtani and you say, is he that big a unicorn where he's going to come back from his second Tommy John and he's going to be effective and not get hurt and get people out? Or are we risking injury? And it is true that after 2 Tommy Johns, there are some examples of Valdi, but not many, where you end up getting hurt again. But the bottom line is Ohtani was promised that. And the Dodgers are not going to go back on their promise. They're going to let him pitch, even if it impacts his offensive play, even if it impacts his ability to stay healthy and DH every single day. They will never go back on what they told Ohtani they would do. And they are ramping him up slowly. He just faced batters for the first time. And so his rehab and recovery has been extra long here. I would not expect to see him pitching on a mound until after the All-Star break because they want to keep it as long as possible, the rehab, keep the carrot in front of him of the bullpens and everything else live hitting. But you also want to make it a short period of time between when he comes back in October when they're trying to defend their world championship.
We did it somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but we have noticed recently, and by recently we mean like the last 10, 15 years, basically if you're in first place on Memorial Day, you win the division. So Mark is willing to take 5 of these 6 and bet money on them. Yankees, Tigers, Mariners, Phillies, Cubs, Dodgers. The only one he's a little shaky on, even though he picked them preseason to win the AL West, is the Mariners. Just curious, of those 6, how many are going to win the division?
Well, you're exactly right. The odds are, I think that at least 4 of 6 will win each year, which is why executives are not telling you the truth, or players when they tell you they don't know the standings or look at the standings. We start looking at the standings after opening day every day. So that's not even a question. I would tell you that I'm also worried about the Phillies. I'm worried about the Phillies because the Braves made two great acquisitions just now in the past couple weeks. One, they acquired this guy named Acuna, and they acquired this guy named Strider. Now, of course, they didn't have to give any assets up for him. They just got healthy. That's two great additions to your team, and you saw what Acuna did. And I have the Braves winning that division. 162 games is a long way, so I'm worried about the Phillies. In terms of the Mariners, I'm gonna tell you that 5 out of 6 are gonna do it. You're right. And the question is, who's the 6th? I'm gonna say the Phillies are my 6th.
Wow.
Braves good.
And the Braves have a little bit further to come back from. But as you pointed out, they don't have to go to the deadline picking up players. They just picked up a few. Will the Dodgers be active at the deadline with as much? I mean, as much as they spend and they're pitching on the IR, you got to figure they're going to be active, right?
Yeah, they've got a budget for acquiring players during the season. And but they also look at last year's World Series. I triple dare you to name their World Series rotation because I was thinking about it, and I do this for a living. I couldn't exactly remember who started. There was definitely a bullpen game in there. Everybody was injured, and they had Buehler finish the World Series on the mound as a closer, I believe. Finish that series. So they could look back and say, we really don't need to do anything, and we won it last year. But they could certainly use some depth in starting pitching. Can you imagine we're saying this when they had 2 full rotations only 2 months ago, and everyone was so jealous of them, and now it's gone. The depth is gone.
I think it's why also they think they need Ohtani to nail down the West and the seeding. If you look, I mean, Yamamoto is their only guarantee in their starting rotation right now. It really is. Now, their lineup's great and they're still winning games, but right now, you would love to play the Dodgers in the playoffs right now.
Yeah, I did not assume. I thought the Dodgers would win 105 games easily, that it wouldn't really be a problem. And I believe their win total to start the season was about 105. Then they won the first 2 games in Japan over Chicago, and I thought they'd win 120. Now they may not even win 100 games because they're injured beyond comprehension, but also look at their lineup. The bottom of their lineup is a bit of a void. Conforto, a good name, but they got Boris completely. He stinks, totally overpaid, barely hitting 200. I don't think he even is. And so they got to figure out what they're going to do. And having Ohtani on the mound, not a terrible plan if you're a Dodgers team. But that whole division, by the way, is amazingly competitive. It's like the radio wars of yesteryear.
Look at you. You're going to end with the radio wars. David Samson, nothing personal, Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Judge officially at 398 now. Pretty good start to the year.
Huge Indy 500 numbers.
Yeah.
Did more than Daytona.
For the third time in 30 years. No, I will say Daytona had like a 3.5 hour rain delay. But
Yeah,
yes. Yep.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan to join us in 40 minutes time. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Brad Gillie to join us at the top of the bonus hour, which is 9 a.m. in the East. Brad, SiriusXM NASCAR channel, PRN Racing. PRN had the Coca-Cola 600. Our watermelon farmer, our Florida guy, Ross Chastain, biggest win of his career. First win in 2 years. We'll talk to Brad Gillie about it. Coming up, you were talking a little racing ratings during the commercial break.
I was. The Indy 500 did a huge number. It averaged just over 7 million viewers for the race. Largest audience for the race since 2008. Bigger than the Daytona 500 for only the second time in the last 25 years. So the last one was in 2021 when Daytona finished after midnight. And I know they had delays this year, but, Indy doesn't normally beat the Coca-Cola 600 in ratings a lot of years. So a very good Indy.
Did like nearly 1.5 million more viewers than it did just last year. And that's a big increase. Now I was all in, but I'm all in for the start every year. Now, a few things intrigue me. I will say when Fox gets a hold of a property, Fox does go all out. Sometimes they go overboard, but Fox bringing in Brady, bringing in Jeter, A-Rod, Gronk. Fox,
what did Gronk have to say about the Indy 500?
Well, he was part of the pre-race. People actually loved the little thing he did.
I was kidding that they even had him as part of it.
I know. But just saying, there was another Tom Rinaldi feature with the music that made you cry. Okay. I'm just saying they went all out. The military stuff right before the race was awesome. It really was. The aerials that they had, I will say, the networks that are devoting more and more into drones, all right, is really making the sports coverage look better.
I don't think there's a sport where it doesn't enhance what they're doing.
And I'll tell you what, the guy who was doing the overhead of the racing, the Coca-Cola 600, he was incredible. Seriously, that's as good a camera work as I've seen up in a drone, okay, or in a blimp or whatever the case was. Seriously, they did an amazing job covering the race from the air. CBS, by the way, golf won the Emmy because of their drones coverage. Okay, and CBS didn't win many Emmys. It was like golf drone coverage and Tracy Wolfson. That's about it. But, I'm with you, Mark. I think, I don't know if I'd like drones. Like, I walked out my backyard a few years ago and a guy down the street was just kind of, messing around with his drones. And 2 of them were in my backyard flying overhead. And I'm thinking, I don't have a gun, but I know my neighbor next door does. Am I going to shoot these down? Okay. But let me tell you something, get it out of my backyard, but bring it to the live sporting event.
Time now for the coolest thing I've seen today, brought to you by Air Advantage online. Check them out, myairadvantage.com, or call them 239-433-4635. That's 433-4635. 18 months, no interest, no payments available. A proud Ream Pro partner. I go overseas. I go back to hockey. Yes, I'm going there, David. The United States won its first gold medal at the World Championships. The only other one that we're credited for was in 1960 when we won gold in the Olympics. And at that time, in Olympic years, the World Championship was also the Olympics. So this is the only time that the United States has won the World Championships. They did so defeating Switzerland 1-0 in overtime. The Swiss goaltender was unbelievable. He was named the tournament MVP, turning aside 30 of 40 shots. But USA, and one of the things they did after, obviously a great moment. We all know the passing of Johnny Gaudreau and how important he was in USA hockey. They had his USA jersey, brought it with them, put it on the trophy. So a great moment commemorating a great hockey player who died way too young. But USA winning the gold at the World Championships, David. That's the coolest thing I've seen today.
Well, and Werenski there, who played with Gaudreau, when he went into the locker room and got out the jersey. Because the World Championships last year was the last hockey tournament Johnny Gaudreau played in. So, really, really good stuff. And yeah, Mark, like I saw somewhere, I don't know, they said we won the title in like 1933 or something like that. So they're either saying like first time ever or first time in 92 years. But yeah, it's remarkable. I'm getting older. I am. I got a little moist in the eyes when I saw the Gaudreau jersey.
Tough not to, because he obviously was a tremendous player. We all know died in that car accident getting hit by the drunk driver when he was riding bikes with his brothers his brother the day before his sister's wedding. It's one of the most horrific stories that I think any of us can remember in recent years involving an athlete. And he meant a lot to USA hockey. And this tournament he played in largely because he played for those bad Blue Jackets teams who weren't in the playoffs. Then guys would go play in the World Championships. So, but yes, Team USA winning gold at the World Championships. That's the coolest thing that I saw over the weekend. I didn't watch racing, so I couldn't put that in there. That probably would have been cooler, one of those race wins.
I was wondering when Chastain won because, he's the melon man, and it had been 2 years. And do you at some point stop bringing the watermelon to the track? Let's face it, they're going to waste. You're not winning. You're not smashing them at the start-finish line. So do you keep bringing the melons to the track? And so
who's in charge of the melon? And then what are you doing each week? Are you guys eating the melon that you didn't smash? Are you giving it to another race team? Are you smashing it just for the hell of it? I'm with you, David. There's a lot of questions because someone's got to be in charge of the melons for the melon man.
And Mark, I guess that Ross Chastain has the same rule that most of us do when we drop something onto the floor. Food, that is. The 3-second rule, because Chastain smashes the watermelon and then looks down at the start-finish line at the track, and he's just looking for the piece of watermelon, that's sitting up, in which he's like, oh, that didn't touch the ground, and he reaches down right there on camera, reaches down and grabs the big piece and stuffs his face right in it. And the camera guy's right there. And he literally says to the guy, want some?
Good for Ross. One of the big races on the circuit. His biggest win. We root for him a lot. Was Martinsville his last win, David? When was his last win?
It wasn't last year because he didn't qualify for the playoff last year. So it's sometime in 23. And I think it was before the playoffs in 23. So, yeah, it's been a damn near 2 full years since he had won a race.
So both he and the trackside team have been a little hungry for a win. And obviously now that qualifies him for the playoff. That's the big thing about getting a win. And last year he hung right around the playoff line all year and eventually got bounced out as more and more winners happened late in the season on the NASCAR circuit. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan is about 30 minutes away. Thanks so much for listening. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish football. Ross Chastain owns a watermelon farm? Wow, thanks for breaking that news for us.
Here we go.
Well, I just laugh at how stupid he thinks we are. Not only have we not said it 3 times on this show, we've interviewed Ross at least 3 times. He's from this area. It's part of the allure of why people like him. But
we probably had him on 10 times. The problem is we haven't had him on in 2+ years, because he literally used to answer his cell phone, and he would answer our texts, and he would call in. And he got a little too big for that. And his race team, I will say, they have been totally uncooperative with us from a PR standpoint. Tell you what, if we do get Indiana OKC, whoo-wee, the ratings on Indiana OKC, good thing they got that 11-year contract done. Oh, man.
so I did watch, because I had the golf and hockey on simultaneously. Did you happen to see the end of the golf, David?
No.
So that Griffin's up the whole Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Comfortable. They're struggling. Both guys that are in the lead are kafutzing down the trail to get in. And Griffin hits his ball on 18 just short of the bunker, and he's got to stand in the bunker and grip it. I mean, on the shaft to hit the ball. I mean, he's this, this far below, his feet are that far below the ball. Nearly chips it in, runs it 3.5, 4 feet past the hole. Hell of a shot. The other guy who's 2 back is over the green in 2. He chips it in for birdie. Now all of a sudden, this guy's got to make a 3.5, 4-footer to win.
Right.
And it's like, ooh, bet you puckered a little bit on that one.
I know the guy who won was one half of the team that won the Zurich.
Yes.
I didn't realize it until after Sunday. I didn't realize 4 years ago he quit the game. He worked as a loan officer.
Yeah, he was in the mortgage business.
Yeah. Wow.
And Ricky Fowler got himself in the last group again and just spit the bit one more time. It is so, it's so hard to get there. But when you leave getting there, how hard is it to get? Like, I don't think he'll ever be back. But like Jordan Spieth had that magical 2 years. He's never been close, and he putts so damn well, he's never out of a tournament.
Did you see Angel Cabrera won his second straight Champions Tour major? Did you see the putter he's using?
I did not.
It's called Jailbreak.
Yep. I did not realize he had that putter. A lot of guys use that putter. That's funny.
Right. Ba-dum-bum.
That's funny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until Pat Kirwan is scheduled to join us to talk all things NFL. There was one noteworthy NFL item over the holiday weekend. The Raiders made their punter, A.J. Cole, the highest paid punter in the NFL, had just under $4 million a year. They gave him a 4-year, $15.8 million extension, 11 of it guaranteed. So if you're the best punter, you make about 4. Do the math accordingly at all the other positions. Pat Kirwan scheduled in a little more than 20 minutes time. Listen, we do ratings on this show, and got to admit, when the Pacers were up 13 at the half and 10 at the beginning of the fourth quarter and Brunson had 5 fouls, I'm sitting there going, wow, we're going to get an Indiana OKC final. And we're probably still going to get it. But at least now the Knicks have a chance.
Right. The Pacers have lost game 3 in every series.
Right.
Then they've come back to win games 4 and 5.
They're undefeated in games 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Correct.
So far in the playoffs, they're 0 for 3 in game 3. So Indiana's got them right where they want them. I mean, a home team's got to win a game in this series, right?
Yes.
I think we could say that right now. First home team to win a game in this series. Maybe they're going to win the series. So, but we do ratings on this show. You made the comment that the Indy 500 beat the Daytona 500. And that doesn't normally happen. Mark, to show you what a comeback this was, and it's only happened twice this century. One time was when the race was delayed and it ended after midnight, and that was 4 years ago. So if you take that one totally out of the equation, when the race ended after 1 a.m. Mark, to give you an example, during the pandemic year, the ratings were double for the Daytona 500 what they were for the Indy 500. 7.3 to 3.7. The year before that, the Daytona 500 was doing over 9 million people. The Indy 500 was struggling to get to 5. Mark, in 2015, 16, and 17, the Indy 500 was getting between 5.5 and 6.5 million viewers. Daytona was getting between 11.5 and 13.5. 12 years ago, the Indy 500 had 6.2 million viewers. Daytona had 16.7. Daytona has lost 10 million viewers in 12 years. The Indy 500's picked up just under a million.
Well, you're way more of the car racing guy than I will ever want to be brutally honest.
Right.
It's not my thing. But my son got into NASCAR for a couple of years. He's left the sport completely in about 2 years. Finds the car tomorrow, whatever the hell they're racing now, doesn't like the style of racing, doesn't think there's enough passing, thinks the racing's pretty boring, and that the new car has not worked. That is he and a couple of his friends who were into the sport not more than 2-3 years ago who don't watch it at all now. That would really concern me. If they lose you, if they lose me, we don't matter anymore. We're past that 25 to 54 demo. They don't give a damn. But when you're losing a 26-year-old who was into the sport, going to attend 3 races a year, not more than 3 years ago, and doesn't watch, I'd be concerned.
For what it's worth, and Mark, I don't know if this is the first time I've ever seen this. Usually fans, think about football, baseball, basketball fans. When anything is moved to streaming, we complain. When it's done airing, how many times have we, the football fan, and once again, 100 days from today, Eagles hosting the Cowboys to start the NFL season. 100 days from today, 93 days from today, the college football season kicks off in earnest. But Mark, how many times have we then complimented the coverage from a streaming service? Like the NFL games on Christmas that were on Netflix. I don't remember people coming on this show the next day and raving about the coverage, in large part because Netflix was just renting people from Fox, NBC, and CBS and just do what you normally do. Whereas Amazon, I know the broadcasters they hired. I don't know the people behind the scenes they hired, but they went at this entirely differently. And Mark, I've never seen anything like it. Racing fan on social media is losing their mind in a good way over Amazon's coverage. Racing fans saying, can you guys do the rest of the year? Can we move all the races to Amazon? Off of network TV, because most of the races are on Fox and FS1 and NBC and USA or whatever. And NASCAR fan is raving. And they're like, please move the races to streaming. Please.
Interesting, because obviously, as you've just pointed out, it is a sport that's lost a huge, huge part of its audience in the last 10, 12 years. Massive.
Right.
And could streaming be their winner? Another ratings thing that you need to at least pay attention to. A league who has been enjoying the best ratings that it's ever had got punched in the mouth yesterday.
Ooh.
Caitlin Clark's out 2 weeks. What will that do to the WNBA? In particular, what will it do to CBS, who next week had a primetime game featuring Caitlin Clark and the Fever taking on the Chicago Sky? There'll be no Caitlin Clark. I wonder how many people will watch. So for all of the people out in the media say, no, it's the league's so much better. We're now watching the WNBA. Okay, let's see what your ratings are for the next 2 weeks without the person who drives the ratings. I actually watched a little bit of the Fever and the New York Liberty game over the weekend. Pretty decent game, came down to the end. Caitlin Clark couldn't get the shot off. They didn't challenge what some thought was a foul.
Yeah, and it wasn't, by the way.
I didn't think it was either.
No. And I think it's a bad look when, not just Caitlin and her coach but just any, it happens in the NBA all the time. I mean, sometimes they make a good play. I mean, losing sucks. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, out at least 2 weeks. And, all those promos are cut with her in them too. I mean, there's no way. So you're going to see WNBA games promoted, whether it be on cable channels or network TV for the next 2-3 weeks. And Caitlin Clark's in all of them, and she ain't playing in any of the games.
Right. So I thought that just, pay attention. We talk about the ratings and how many people have been into the WNBA, and it's because of her, not anybody else. It's because of her. And we'll see that now play out in the next couple of weeks. David, I don't know if he's going to be any good. Pat Kirwan, who's coming up here in about 15 minutes, liked him more than any other quarterback this year. I like him now too. I like when someone's a bit practical. Jackson Dart wore number 2 at Ole Miss.
Right.
And number 2 for the Giants is Deonte Banks. You see, he was number 3. And he sold that jersey to Russell Wilson, who wanted number 3.
Right.
And he went to number 2.
Right.
They draft Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart's number 2.
Right.
Well, Deonte Banks was trying to cash twice. He already cashed from Russ. Now he was trying to cash from the rookie. And the rookie apparently said, yeah, he was asking too much. He was asking too much. And so he's now wearing number 6. And he says he's not sure. He says, I think we'll come to a final decision here soon. Quite honestly, I have to look at myself in pictures to see if I like myself in number 6. Look, in the vain world that we live in the what have you done for me lately world, I like the fact that he was just flat out honest. 1, Banks was asking too much. I'm not giving up my jersey for that much money. After all, I'm a rookie. And 2, am I wearing number 6? I don't know. I got to see a few pictures and see what I look like in 6.
So was Deonte Banks the general manager that had the top 5 pick in the draft? He trades down to 6, and now 9 wants to trade up. Okay. And he's just asking for a little bit too much.
Yes. Yes.
Now, if I could get a message to Jackson Dart, Deonte Banks is a first-round pick from, I think, 4 years ago. He's not doing well. I don't know if Deonte Banks is going to be on the Giants next year. If I'm Jackson Dart, don't pay a dime, but make a deal with the Giants. When you move on from Banks, can I get his number next year? I'm probably not going to play that much this year. Okay, you're going to play Russ and Jameis, and I can hang out in the hat and the clipboard wearing number 6. But when you cut him and then I'm your starter, can I be 2 again for free?
I think it's a very smart and wise approach for the rookie from the Giants. But all I'm saying, David, look, I don't know whether he's going to be worth a damn in the NFL or not.
Right.
But I like him being practical right off the bat. No, it's too much damn money for a jersey. I'm not paying it. And I mean, think about it. This isn't the normal rookie. This is the NIL rookie. Jackson's been getting paid at Ole Miss for the last couple of years. He didn't even need a signing bonus to pay for this jersey. Don't kid yourself. He's got the money.
No, I mean, drafted, what did the Giants move up to, like 25 to get him? I mean, he was only going to make a little bit less. Okay. And actually, he would have made a lot more this year in Oxford. I'm just talking about covering his rookie deal as a whole. Okay. I don't know how much less Jackson would have made if he had stayed. But see, this is where you need a friend who is a Giants fan and can help you out and do a little scouting report and say, listen, they're really down on Banks. They've given him the job. He can't cover anybody. I don't know if he's going to stick. Okay. Wait it out. Wait it out.
I think his agent told him that. I think his agent flat out told him that. Said, don't pay for that jersey. You can have it next year if you want it.
You may be able to get it in October, to be honest with you, okay? Because they're going to start him, and if it doesn't go well right away, they could move on from him quickly. Just saying.
So that was just one of the little NFL news and notes that I caught past couple of days that I thought was fun for one of your guys, David, with the Giants. Miller and Moulton, Pat Kirwan coming up top of next hour. We have failed once again as a show because we're 2 hours deep into our first show of the week. And like clockwork, we don't have a poll question.
Well, I have to admit, we haven't really talked about it amongst ourselves, but when we have thrown things out there during commercial breaks, we've been a little snarky. And I don't know if I wanted to start the week with a snarky poll question. Because there's a lot of things that have annoyed me from the holiday weekend. Like, how about this? How many SEC teams need to be in the College Baseball World Series? Okay. And given three choices, okay, and in parenthesis put, there are 64 teams in the World Series, 16 in the SEC, and then have the choices be like 100, 200, and 300. Is that too snarky?
Well, no. The problem is, as you well know, people don't follow college baseball that closely.
I know.
And if you are a college baseball fan, it is a bit annoying that a lot of SEC schools did not play very good non-conference schedules, win all these games against Patsies, go 500 in the league, and they get into the tournament. Fair is no longer a word you can use when talking about college athletics. We focus on football and basketball, but the SEC, what they're getting in the tournaments in softball and in baseball is preposterous, David. It really is. Yes, they're good, but there are a lot of other programs that have played pretty well that just have no shot now, unless you brought up Stetson. That's close to an at-large team, but they don't get the games they need to be an at-large team if they wouldn't have been gifted the A-Sun tournament.
Well, and Sankey and Petiti are really ratcheting up their game of poker. I thought Pat Forty had a great comparison in which he said they are playing catch with a priceless vase, and we just have to hope they don't drop it. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan, he will join us on the other side. Brad Gillie in a little more than an hour. Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Hey guys,
Hey,
how are you? I get it.
how are you?
3 tight end.
Good morning, Pat.
Good morning, guys. We're still alive. You know what? I remember saying to David the other day, "There's no chance." We got up there and won 2 of them. Unbelievable.
Well, the way they were out shooting them, I knew there was a chance.
Yeah, I mean, is it 4-1 in shots? Come on. Unbelievable. But we'll see tonight. I got stuck with my grandkids. My 2 daughters and my son and 3 or 4 of their friends and wives and husbands are all in Turks and cases. And they were supposed to be home yesterday, and we get the call of, yeah, our flight's been delayed, which I knew was probably true. And then it was going to get canceled. So we're sending the kids to school and all that other shit today. So I can't leave till tomorrow. So they better fucking win tonight.
Oh, no. You're not going tonight?
I'm here. I have to watch my grandkids until
All right.
they get home. My wife goes, "Don't think you're leaving me alone." There's 9 of them running around. We got 6 of them on most of these days. This morning we have 3 in the house and 3 that we have to pick up because the people that are watching the 3 of my daughter Ann's, they can't take them to school. They're old. So Janet had them yesterday. I was on the air 10 to 2, my only time off. And at 2:05, I was watching kids.
Right.
And I said, I got out of the camp business for a reason. I hated it.
Well, and of course, you're in the Northeast where they go to school for 3 more weeks. Because if you were in Florida, school ended last week.
Yeah.
This week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this week for the Publix.
Oh, okay.
In New York State, which these kids are all in Jersey, but our kids, when we were in New York State, they have Regents exams that are literally right up to about June 25th. So school gets out like June 15th, and then they have like a week of prep for these state exams, and then they take them. And it's like 1 or 2 a day. All of my kids had like 5 Regents every year. So it was like, we ain't going away till 4th of July. Anyway, it is what it is. I'm happy for them. It was my daughter, one of my oldest daughter's 20th wedding anniversary, and she re-invited the entire wedding party to Turks and Caicos. That's where they are. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. She and her husband have done quite well for themselves, so they got them all to come. There's a lot of grandparents pissed off, I can tell you. Yeah. I told her there's no 21st party. I can tell you that, Elizabeth. We're out of this business for 25, what the heck, but not between now and then. Dun, 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 dun. I will say, that I think the goalie's going to retire at the end of this, Johnson.
Well, there's really nothing more if he's not going to get a chance to go up. You know.
Yeah. He's got a couple kids now. I think he has 2 of them. And He's not go. He was up. He went up for a while this year, but he was right back down.
He's not going anywhere.
No, and he's old, but he's really good at that level.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Tuesday, at least in the 239 and the 904, final hour of the show. Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas. Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kirwan joins us once again at this day and time. You know Pat from NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7. And he joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. How was your holiday weekend?
Oh, great. It was family oriented. I'll leave it at that.
As well it should be.
Yes.
As well it should be.
And we did a show yesterday, which I always make sure I'm available for Memorial Day. And we give every caller a chance to tell a story about a family member, a friend, a relative that lost their lives in defending our country. So it was pretty interesting. Every year we get a different one. The other day, a guy just talked about his brother someone threw a grenade in the back of a truck, and they had about 30 people in the truck, and he dove on it, and it exploded him and killed him, but no one else got hurt. And then it turned out that one of the people on the back of the truck landed up marrying the daughter of the guy who gave his life up to save everyone.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess they must have met somewhere, and how about that? So,
wow, that'll stop you in your tracks.
Yep, it did. Poll question from me to you two only. You can use it if you care. But which one of these guys is getting the next deal? Aiden Hutchinson, T.J. Watt, Hendrickson, Parsons, or Benito? Ooh, someone's got to crack the ice here and get into the fight where Miles and even Crosby are at 35 and 40 million. But those things are all festering right now.
Okay. One of them's easy. It's Micah, because Jerry always ends up paying top dollar because he handles these things so poorly, and he waits until it's too late.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If you're Parsons, don't you just wait till the 11th hour, though, because of what you just said, David? That's the only reason I don't know if he'd be first, because I'm going to wait Jared out as long as I can, because Jared will fold and pay you all the money.
So Hendrickson's a no, because the Bengals won't pay him this year. They may pay him after this year, but they'll probably, if I was the Bengals, I'd tag him after this year.
Yep.
If I'm the Lions, I gotta see Hutchinson play for a game. I gotta see, because the last time I saw video on Hutchinson, he was still favoring that knee. Now somebody said he released a video recently where he looked really good. I just gotta see him. I don't know, play a scrimmage, something, and get through it healthy before I think I'd sign him long term. If I had to guess, I'd go Parsons and Watt.
Yeah. I put Benito in there because all of a sudden his 13 and a half sacks. I will say this to your listeners. Here's the cap space for each team, which is always good for the GM named David Moulton. Hutchinson's team has 42 million. Watt's team has 34.5 million. The Bengals have 27 million for Hendrickson. Parsons, the Cowboys have 32 million. And the Denver Broncos, where Benito is, 17 million. So really all of them have the space to do it. And if you wait, how many times have the three of us said, when you wait, you pay more? I don't know. I think I might bet on TJ Watt, but I look at it and go, are any of these guys going to beat Myles Garrett's number, 40 million?
TJ might.
Yeah.
And that's a great place to place your bet, because we all know that Steelers spend far more on that side of the ball than they do on offense. So that makes a lot of sense, Pat.
Yep. I just treated this like a horse race at Saratoga. They're all in the gate. Who's winning this race? And so I think about stuff like that. It's kind of a boring life I have, but that's the stuff I think about.
Believe it or not, I knew you were coming on this week, and probably next week is when we'll have you June and July once a week before your training camp tours. But can you explain to me? I mean, Miller and Moulton are pretty good at paying attention, and we understand a decent amount about the NFL rules. But what is this beef that the NFL now has with the Eagles about? Is it deferred money? What is it now that's apparently an issue? I mean, we all know guys signed 5-year contracts. The guaranteed money only covers 3 years. And we all know that the years 4 and 5 are decoy years, or maybe they're used after the guy's cut to, prorate bonus money. I mean, but now apparently some of these contracts the NFL thinks are illegal or wants changed. I don't quite understand what has got the NFL all bent out of shape. And apparently a lot of it has to do with the Eagles.
Well, I haven't studied the contracts, but I will tell the listeners that every contract I did, and there were 300 of them, you never really submitted it to the agent until the league approved it. Because if you tried to go and just hand it to the agent, then the league rejects it, you got a bigger problem. So I don't know if they got all those contracts, and I don't know how many there are, through, that meant the league approved them before they went out. Philadelphia is a pretty smart outfit, so I don't know what they're dealing with the deferred money. I will tell you, though, I looked at a couple of, because I think like you do, that it's either a 2-year in and out or a 3-year in and out on those 5-year deals. But so many of them have the date to guarantee money in year 4 comes at a point and a time where you start thinking maybe the guy's good enough to stay, and you'll end up like Kirk Cousins, right, getting $10 million towards the future, which a lot of people thought was crazy. But I got to go look at the Philly ones to see if there's something in there. But Philly's going to go, sorry, you approved it when we sent it out. So I don't think Philly's dumb enough to send them out to the agents without getting the league to clear them. I'll look at it. I haven't really spent any time on that, but deferred money is deferred money. Now, whenever I did deferred money, it's because our owner insisted on it and he liked it, but he always gave an interest rate on it that was tied to maybe the 2-year treasury note, whatever that was what we gave them as interest for us to hold the money. And a lot of the players wanted to wait till they retired. A lot of the older guys that were smarter, they lived in Texas and Florida, they deferred it and waited till they were retired to get it. And a lot of them thought that's really my legitimate pension, because the NFL pension's not for those guys. It wasn't going to be long enough or big enough for them to survive with kids and all. So I don't know. I'll look at it. I always like someone's new trick. Take Howie to come up with something new. I'd love that.
You mentioned Cousins when getting paid. A report came out that Cousins could be the Steelers' backup plan. Should we even pay attention to anybody that's writing these reports? Because, Pat, we've talked about Cousins a million times. It doesn't make sense for the Falcons to trade him. So why do they keep coming out with reports like this?
Because they don't know what to do if Rodgers doesn't show up. That's the problem. But I'm with you. I think it's just, hey, they might have interest in him. That's not a news report. That's a speculation. And you can say things like that. Now, the first question I'd ask the person who said that is, did you talk to Omar? Has Omar called the Falcons? Or I'd call the Falcons personally and go, hey, have the Steelers been calling you? And see if they'd answer my question. But there's so many complications, Mark, to your point. It's not just that they might get stuck without Rodgers. That's the easy part. But it's now, is Atlanta, I mean, we talked about it already, is Atlanta going to take on half of the salary? Do the Steelers want to get stuck with a guy that has a $10 million roster bonus next year that's already done? How are they going to do that? Can Atlanta handle the cap charge of trading him? That's going to be a monster. And a problem, they have $5 million in cap space. And if you start moving him, even if you take on, let's say they take on half. Okay, well, that's a cap charge right away. And you've got all that signing bonus you haven't paid off. This would crush them to the point, I don't, round figures, $50 million a cap charge. And they don't have 50, they have 5. So where are they getting the other 45 to pay it off in the cap? So they have cap problems. I don't think, personally, this would sound a little weird, but I don't think Cousins is the Steelers kind of quarterback. I'll leave it at that.
Why? Is he too cerebral?
Well, he's too immobile, number one. And number two, he's a good guy. I like him. But I think there's plenty of stuff out there. He's kind of a different guy, and
he is.
I don't want to go any further than that. Figure it out yourself, folks. But I think he would not be a good fit. Let me just say, if Russell Wilson wasn't a good fit, this guy's definitely not a good fit.
How's Aaron Rodgers then a good fit, Pat?
Well, I think Mike Tomlin's been dying to coach him. And I think he feels like Rodgers is a guy that can come in here. And I know he hit it off with Mike very well from my conversations with people that know what that 6-hour day was like. And I think he wants to coach him. I worked for a guy that liked to coach. He liked to coach Hall of Famers. And he didn't mind if they were old and couldn't run anymore or couldn't throw any. He wanted to coach those kind of guys, and he wanted them around their team. And I think Mike Tomlin thinks Rodgers would be a good for them for a year or two.
Pat, we got about a minute till our hard break, but this goes back 3-4 years. Remember, he's with the Packers. Okay, they're playing the Steelers. Rodgers is trying his line of scrimmage stuff. Okay, and Tomlin calls a timeout, and the two of them have a mutual admiration look and wink and point at one another. And they both admit after the game they would love it if their career paths were to cross.
Yeah, that's my point. And so Mike is going to look at this as I know how to take care of this guy, and I know how to make him contribute to this team. And he's got, whether you like Rodgers or not, he is pretty tough. And one thing about being in Pittsburgh, and Mark knows this better than you and I do, David, if you don't ooze toughness in Pittsburgh, you are not going to last a month. And that guy can create a sense of toughness the way he handles himself. So, yeah, he's coming. That let me just say that.
And that's the part that I find most interesting, because I do know that the Pittsburgh fan, by and large, is starting to get annoyed that Aaron hasn't made a decision. But the one thing that I know about the Pittsburgh fan is the moment Aaron Rodgers becomes a Pittsburgh Steeler, they will have forgotten everything that happened from the point in the offseason until when he signed, because it's black and gold all the time for that fan base. He's Pat Kirwan. More with Pat on the other side. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Defining a new era in Men's Health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So you stuck watching the game on whatever that ECHL service is tonight?
Yeah,
Pat?
Flow TV. I have it. There's a lot of things I watch on Flow TV. They have track and field. My granddaughter loves that, and we get a chance to sit together and watch that. And then they have lacrosse all over the place, and I got a lot of those kids playing lacrosse, so they love watching all that stuff. So it works out fine for me. And actually, the telecasts are pretty darn good. You wouldn't even know it's a computer and some little shaky TV crowd, but it's pretty good. I just hooked my computer up to the big screen TV, and it's just
right
in the house. Man. I had to get, of course, it wasn't like everybody was home. I had one of them was in Nashville at a hockey tournament. I had to go get him, and at the airport, that was kind of shaky. But he went with another family that their kid was playing in the tournament too. He was playing for Southeast Elite actually, and so I just said, either drive him home or just sit with him till I get there. And they said, well, we'll sit with him. They were going the different direction. So that was the only curveball I had yesterday. From 10 to 2 on radio. I knew Jim was going to screw it up because I said, Jim, we're on 10 to 2. He started the show with, here we are. It's 3 to 7. I said, folks, it's not 3 to 7. Everyone look at your watch is what I said. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh man, I'll tell you what though, it's cold up here. I said this to you last week, but it's like when you get up and go out in the morning. I got a sweatshirt on, and it was like 48 degrees this morning. It warms right up, but man,
yeah, it's summer here.
Yeah, the golf course guys say this is how the grass grows. Mark, I didn't know that. He goes, oh yeah, cold nights, warm days, grass will grow like crazy.
Yeah, we've got warm and a drought here, man. The courses are starting to dry out with all the water restrictions everybody has. It's ugly.
Yeah. I think they're shutting our course down. I think they're closing it for 7 weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I can tell you, I know what they're doing because on every fairway are giant black pipes. I guess they're redoing the drainage system.
Okay.
And so that looks like they're going to be hacking up these sides of the fairways. It's kind of like in the rough but every hole's got all the piping lined up and ready to go. Do it while I'm in the camp tour. I don't care.
Hell, you're damn near retired from golf these days, as little as you play.
I had a streak. You're right about that for sure. But once I'm up for the summer, I like playing at the lake. It's a different kind of golf. It's mountain golf, and it's just different and fun. But I got into one streak this year for about 3 weeks where I was playing 3 days a week. And that's the best I've been able to do to accommodate myself the time to do it. You know, I do this radio show for a bunch of friends in Florida a couple mornings a week. That screws up that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, you just got to tell them no.
No. My attendance isn't perfect, but it's better than most guys.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
In a lot of ways, I'll be sad when we go down to 1 day a week. I'll be so bored it's ridiculous, but I will be playing. When June comes, I got one trip, June 19th to the 21st, with one guy who's doing something in Florida. And then I fly back. I got the Boston College football camp for the other guy.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains. The show is weekdays 3 to 7. Pat, David Samson, Brad Gillie coming up at the top of the hour. All our guests join us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Pat, I'm curious, and I think I know the answer to this, but I was just looking at, we've got 4, if I've got this right, between Cohen, Glenn, Moore, and Ben Johnson. We have 4 rookie head coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Which one do you have the most faith in to be successful? Because the odds are it's probably one of 4 that make it and 3 don't, Pat.
Yeah, I probably would bet on Liam Cohen. And that sounds like I don't like the other guys, but some of those guys are places with volatile owners that have a history of firing. Aaron Glenn's situation. Aaron, okay, so we're in the middle of doing, this might answer it. We're in the middle of doing position groups. So we're really getting into tight ends. So when Aaron Glenn sticks his head in the tight end room, what he's looking at is not one touchdown has been scored in the NFL by anyone in that room. And he's going to try to win games with that in a city that will be very unforgiving if they're not looking like they're good. So I would think he's going to be in trouble fairly quickly. New Orleans is, I think that's going to be a mess for a while. Win with Shuck? I don't think so. So I would bet on Liam Cohen. Now the division is, I wouldn't call it winnable for Jacksonville, but it's certainly competitive if you just clean up the act and get it going. So I don't know who you guys would bet on. There's a poll question. I hate that one. It's like, which 3 guys are getting fired? But I think you're right. If you look at all the rookie coaches that come in, they're almost always on shorter deals. The owners are not paying them very much, and they're dying to pay them if they're good. But at the end of 2 years, David will remember, they fire a lot of these guys. I remember Rex Ryan telling me the year he came in, I think there were 6 head coaches his year, and he was the last one standing. They were wiping him out fast.
Is the New Orleans situation so bad that if you're someone like Carson Wentz, they call you and you go, "No, I'm good. I'll wait till Minnesota decides I'm worthy of the backup job or someone else for that matter." I mean, I'm just wondering, is the New Orleans situation that bad where if you're a veteran quarterback, you're like, yeah, you go there, your career's over?
It is a bad job at this point, but I don't think it's that bad for a guy named Carson Wentz, who sat on the bench last year. And there's some merit to being on the Chiefs and being coached by Reed and all that stuff, but you got to use it quickly. I don't think he can sit around with it. And what concerns me about Carson is I don't believe Carson got action at all this offseason. I didn't know one guy that I talked to was working him out or bringing him in or talking about him. And I bring his name up a lot. Why didn't someone sign Wentz? Why didn't someone sign Wentz? To my knowledge, nothing was going on. Now, if he's waiting, he's waiting to be a backup, tells me that he's shot mentally. And maybe he is, because the last time I was with him face to face, I felt like he was struggling. So why did Trubisky go back to Buffalo? Because he basically said, I don't think I can play anymore. So is Carson Wentz like that? Maybe. But if I was him and the Saints called, they got a couple receivers. The coach is an offensive-minded guy. And just take a 1-year deal and go find out if he can still play. because right now they don't think you can play. That's why they don't call you.
You know, Pat, when you went through the coaches, you just kind of passed over Ben Johnson. I think of the four, it's not even close to who has the most pressure on them because Chicago expects to win. They expect to win now, and they expect him to come in and turn around Caleb Williams. What in year one, in your estimation, is turning around Caleb Williams?
Well, my definition of them having success would be to win 8 games. Caleb doesn't get hurt, doesn't miss any time, and we start to see a guy that can see the field, not run away from it with scramble stuff all the time. It's always good that you have run threats, but he's got to show me market improvement. Now, I think Ben's really good, and I got done. I'm in the middle of looking at everything in Detroit as well with all these position groups. He's been used to coaching a lot of good players, and I'm not so sure that Caleb is anywhere near what made Ben's reputation emerge, which was coaching Goff. So I don't. And that city fires coaches fast. They will blame that coach in that city so fast, and now they're talking like this is them every summer. At least the Jet fan is beat down and doesn't think they're going to be good. Those Bear fans are actually talking about winning the division. Any of us, 3 of us, think that's possible? No. Does anyone think they're going to come in second? I'll vote no.
I'll vote no as well.
They scored the 5th fewest points in the league last year. I think, by the way, most Bears fans would not take your scenario. I think most Bears fans will be disappointed with 8 wins.
I agree with that.
Okay. And I think, in fact, the only way a Bears fan will live with a season that's below 10 wins is if the quarterback and the offense looks pretty good. And by the end of the year, we're like, okay, he fixed our quarterback. We're set going forward. We'll get a couple of defensive guys. We'll be just fine next year. We're ready to compete. That's the only way I think a Bears fan can live with less than 10 wins, Pat.
Well, then you know that he's going to be in trouble, and they won't run him out of town in 1 year because they are prudent with their money. But I don't see 10 wins. I already said what I thought would be success, 8 wins. And in a division, which I don't think they can win that division for multiple years, which is going to get the coach fired there sooner or later.
Well, and look, they improved their offensive line immensely, but I don't know if you've gotten to your offensive line rankings. They haven't caught Detroit. They haven't caught where the Vikings are in the offensive line. So even in their division, they may have the 3rd best offensive line. So I think there's a ways to go talent-wise, and the Chicago fan thinks that they're at the top echelon of talent in that division, and that's where they're sorely mistaken. They're good. They're just not great.
That's right. And the quarterback is going to have to play exceptional football because I don't know what McCarthy is. No one does. But I know the 2 guys, one in Green Bay, one in Detroit, this quarterback standard will not get to that. Their offensive line is, I have the grades. We're going to get to them in about 3 or 4 days. But, yeah, they're mediocre. And the 3 inside guys they got are good. But, we'll see about Braxton Jones and others. But I just, again, I look at cities by pressure as well. You tell me, you just said it, Mark, the pressure in Chicago is gigantic. And I took Jacksonville because I think the owner is, of the owners, he's the kind of guy that doesn't really want to fire anybody. He'll give you extra time. And I know it's been painful for him to do it, but I think he'd do it. Chicago and New York Jets, they can run that coach out of town pretty quickly.
I do think the one thing that works in Ben Johnson's favor is I think they'll sacrifice the GM before they'll sacrifice him. And I actually think he might be able to get a better say in personnel because, our buddy there, Kevin Warren, is now involved in football matters. And I think he might sacrifice Ryan Poles, to save Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams.
I don't disagree with that. And if you got, you can throw one guy off the boat, and then the GM might be a vulnerable spot. That could save him for a year or two. But I look at these guys, the first year guys, is can you make 3 years? And that's a pretty lousy standard. But making 3 years is hard because at the end of the second year, the agent for the coach is trying to negotiate for an extension. Then the third year comes and they get rid of you because they don't do the extension.
He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7. Joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Michael, the answer to that question, while a good question, is a definitive no.
No. Did you see Paul Maurice post last night?
Unbelievable.
God, he's great.
The last two he gave up
were horse blank.
Did you go at night, CompTech, or did you go during the day? Got to admit, I'm a little scared of outdoor venues this time of year just because it's so damn hot. Was it miserable hot? Or is the place shaded enough and fans enough that it's not bad?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Brad Gillie will join us at the top of the hour, the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us on this Tuesday. No poll question today. We just couldn't think of one we liked.
I got to admit, I don't even know if we really thought of one. You know, we didn't talk about it before the show. There was not a lot of communication in the early breaks between the hosts. And then all of a sudden, we go starting five, David Samson, and the show's kind of already morphed into something else, and we kind of let it pass by. But we'll do better tomorrow, we promise.
You know, I thought about going with our tried and true baseball standings coming out of Memorial Day weekend. But, you know, it's always dangerous to go baseball with a poll question. You know, it's not a national sport anymore. And so, you know, the responses we get when we go baseball are usually not that good. And so I'm a little gun shy because also that hurts me. You know, when we do a baseball poll question and it doesn't get the response that we want, you know that hurts me.
I do. And, well, let's be honest, most baseball questions don't get the numbers that you want. I will say, and I paid attention because he plays for the team I root for, but Scooble there with the 94 pitch complete game with 13 Ks over the weekend is pretty damn good. That's old school baseball right there. 94 pitches for a complete game. That's impressive.
Well, here's what impressed me more. And we said heading into the weekend 4-game series that this was a big series for Cleveland. They couldn't lose 3 out of 4. At the very least, they had to split with Detroit. Well, it turns out they win the first 3 games of the series. I mean, they're heading into Sunday. They got a chance for a 4-game sweep. I mean, they're going to be 2 games back in the standings if they can win on Sunday. And that's what an ace does. And I know he's young and he's been in the league, 2 years? Okay, but that's an ace. When you've got a losing skid and you need a win, this game's a little more important than 150 of the 162 that you're playing. We need a win today. We can't lose 4 in a row at home to one of our rivals. That screams we're a fraud. We're in trouble. And he goes out and dominates.
Yeah,
and
that's the best game of his career.
Right.
I mean, 2-hitter, perfect through 6.
Right. First complete game, and he's standing on the mound when it's done. His last pitch was the hardest pitch he'd ever thrown in his life, 102 miles an hour, 13th strikeout, and he's standing on the hill looking at both the Guardians and his own teammates, kind of like, yeah, you're damn right. Yeah, just give me the ball and get the out of my way today. That's how this game is going. That's an ace right there.
That is. And the Tigers right now on the best record in baseball. We talked earlier of the division champs or division leaders. Who's the least likely to be a division champ? I say the Mariners. They're only a game and a half in front of the Astros. The Phillies are only a game and a half in front of the Mets. Tigers have a 5-game lead. The Yanks have, I believe, a 5-game lead. The Cubs have a 3-game lead over St. Louis. St. Louis, by the way, the fans are not coming back. They're on pace to have 500,000 less fans than they did a year ago, and they're playing great baseball. But the fans don't like the roster, and have let management know, and they're letting them know the strongest way possible. They're not showing up.
And the other thing, Mark, is that it's not like up until the last week when the Rays have put together a 6-game winning streak where the Rays just weren't winning at home, and the Rays are still below 500 at home. Okay. But the Cardinals are 19-8 at home. I mean, usually when you're playing pretty well, but you're playing really well at home, and you're in one of the top 3 baseball cities in America, and they're still not going to the games, man, are they honked off.
Yeah, that's the surprise to me when they've started playing so well that the fans are still not showing up at the ballpark. Now, give it a couple of weeks. School's out pretty much everywhere in the next 2 weeks. We'll see what happens if fans start coming back to St. Louis and see if they can start getting some attendance numbers, because the team's performing well. It's not on the team.
Here's why I disagree with David Samson, who we had on a little over an hour and a half ago, in which he said, hey, okay, I still like the Braves to win the East. Now, I picked the Braves to win the World Series. All right, but I don't like the Braves to win the East over the Phillies for this reason. They're 8 back in the loss column. Let's just do some simple math here. Okay? I mean, seriously, the Braves, just if the Phillies play 500 baseball the rest of the way, okay, the Braves have to do something like, be 20 plus games over 500. That's just if the Phillies play 500 ball. But here's the other thing, Mark. The Braves are probably not going to spend a lot of money. They have their budget. They're kind of at it. Plus, they got Strider and Acuna back from injuries. That's probably their midseason acquisitions, getting their best pitcher and their best player off the injured list. Yeah, the general manager in Philadelphia. That's Dave Dombrowski. If he's got a team with a pulse, Dave makes deals. Dave's going to have to make at least one deal because his closer's suspended for 80 games and is ineligible for the playoffs because of PEDs. So Dave's going to be working the phones in July, and Dave needs an outfielder because it's a streaky outfield, but when it's bad, it's the worst offensive outfield in baseball. So Dave's going to make at least 2 deals, and that's 2 more deals than I know the Braves are going to make. So I like the Phillies in the regular season to finish ahead of the Braves.
Still think the Braves are a playoff team.
I do, because they kind of did this, when they won the World Series. Now granted, they got in the playoffs that year with like 90-91. I don't know if 90-91 is going to get you in right now in the National League. That's, 89 won a tiebreaker last year. I'm curious if 90-91 is going to get you in. The Padres and the Giants are on pace to win 90-plus games.
Right. I mean, the Cardinals are on pace to win 90 games, and they right now are not in the playoffs. They're 30-24. They're
Right.
the odd team out in the National League right now, because the Mets, Padres, and Giants would be the wild card teams.
So, but if you take a picture of the standings on the day after Memorial Day, 80+% of what the playoff matchups would be turn out to be, even though we're at the 1/3 poll and we have anywhere from 107 to 110 games left. It's an interesting phenomenon that's happened in baseball here in the last generation.
We were talking during the break. If you have an opportunity and you're a hockey fan or even a sports fan that likes a little post-game, take a look at Paul Maurice answering questions about his goaltender last night. Bobrovsky gave up 1 goal before they sacrificed 2 empty netters and losing game 4 to Carolina. Carolina snapping, a 15-game Eastern Conference final losing streak. They had been swept 3 consecutive times and lost the first 3 games of this series before finally winning last night and extending it to a game 5. He was asked about his goaltender's play. Again, Bobrovsky gave up 1, and then there were 2 empty netters to make it 3-0. And Maurice said he was terrible he was horse blank on the last 2. At some point, I really hope the hockey media starts to embrace this guy and get into showing montages of his clips in the postgame and the way that he acts. It's part of the reason that this team, I think, is so loose. He talks to the team coaches themselves right now. He keeps them incredibly loose. It looks as if they're going to make it back to another Stanley Cup final. They have to win 1 more game. In all likelihood, they'll take care of that. But man, oh man, they don't get nearly the respect that they should be getting for on the precipice of making 3 straight final appearances. And the league and the league's media partners, for whatever reason, have paid attention to everybody not named the Florida Panthers. And the Panthers, a game away after an unbelievable Game 3 performance. I thought Carolina would force a Game 5. I thought they'd get 1 of the 2 games in Sunrise. They did. I don't think they've got much left after that.
Well, and quite frankly, the Panthers have played much better hockey on the road than at home. For whatever the reason, I believe the Panthers, when they make the finals, will not have home ice. I believe, but Dallas definitely had more points in the regular season, but I thought Edmonton did too. That I think whoever comes out of the West has home ice in the finals. Panthers had 98 points in the regular season.
They both have home ice over the Panthers.
Right.
Edmonton
Well,
won.
And that is, if it ends up being Edmonton, and by the way, it would be the 3rd Stanley Cup Finals rematch of the last 40+ years. What is interesting to note is the 2 previous rematches, the team that lost the first time won the second. Islanders in Edmonton. Islanders' last cup in the dynasty was against Edmonton in 83. Edmonton came back and beat them in 5 the next year. And then Detroit and Pittsburgh, 08-09. Detroit in 6 to win the cup. Pittsburgh wins a Game 7 on the road, which hadn't happened in 30+ years in major North American sports, to win Lord Stanley in 09. It's the only 2 Stanley Cup rematches we've had since, the Reagan administration.
Tonight, Dallas and Colorado. I mean, Dallas and Colorado. Dallas and Edmonton. Edmonton up 2-1 in that series. And as David mentioned in the starting five, this guy named McDavid is getting hot.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. He played most of the second half of the year, not at 100%. And those that follow him closely were like, yeah, he's still fast. He's not quite what he was, though. Yeah, that wasn't the case Sunday. Yeah, Sunday he was at a completely different level than everyone else on the ice. It was like,
and he was a little bit on Friday. That first chance that he had where he didn't score, he showed that burst and got a shot off and played well in that game. But
so we'll see. Tonight's a big one. Dallas had not lost 2 in a row in the playoffs all year. Edmonton's now done that to them. They're having trouble scoring. Right? They're not getting the secondary scoring. Edmonton has started to get their secondary scoring to go along with their top guns. The big gun that Dallas acquired, who got him through the Colorado series and the first part of the Winnipeg series, he's on a bit of a goal-scoring drought now. So Dallas is in trouble. Dallas is in trouble heading into Game 4 tonight in Edmonton. 8 o'clock ESPN. Meanwhile, do we think the Knicks just, hey, that's cute, but don't worry, Pacers are going to win this series? Or no, is the series 2-1? And quite frankly, it should be 2-1. It's just that 2 of the 3 games, the teams that should have won lost.
Well, I think you'd agree that the series is tonight. The Knicks have to win tonight. They're not winning 3 straight against this team. They've got to get this to 2-2. And I just don't know. The Knicks were not good at the free throw line. They were great at the free throw line in Game 3. They were like 15 of 16 in the fourth quarter, made their last 10 free throws. Indiana didn't make shots the way they had in the first 2 games. I expect Indiana to shoot better tonight, David. I think the Pacers win tonight and take a 3-1 lead in the series. I've got to believe a home team's going to win one of the first 4 games.
I would agree with that. The one thing, if I'm a Knicks fan, which I am, that gives me a decent feeling about tonight, the Knicks won a playoff game where Jalen Brunson was not good. None of us thought that could happen against a team worth a blank. And they went on the road and won a playoff game. And Jalen Brunson was in foul trouble, and outside of hitting late free throws, really didn't contribute to the win. That, very good to great players very rarely have 2 bad games in a row.
When's the last time you've seen a star with 4 fouls in the first half? And is that on Thibodeau? I mean, I know you got to keep him in there to try to keep the score close, but what you can't have happen is him getting a 4th foul before the half. I can't recall the last time I saw a star with 4 before half.
I'm going to date myself. Clyde Drexler in the final against NC State. Miller and Moulton. Brad Gillie next.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, Amby and I have faith, but if I was a betting person tonight, I'd bet the Pacers minus 2.5.
He's all set.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday after Memorial Day weekend. We are 100 days away from the Eagles hosting the Cowboys and the start of the NFL season, 93 days away from that first big Thursday of the college football season in late August, where USF, UCF, and a few others of note will be in action. But there you had the biggest weekend of racing, period, this past weekend. Brad Gillie and PRN were all over it, had both Indy and Charlotte. Brad was in Charlotte. PRN Racing, SiriusXM, NASCAR, Channel 90. You can follow Brad on X at Brad Gillie, Gillie. Brad, thanks for your time. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you guys for having me, as always.
Well, first, let's talk about the Melon Man. Biggest win of his career, and that's saying something for a guy who finished second in the championship just a couple years ago. But in a backup car, to be able to chase down the guys who arguably have been the two best guys on the circuit this year over the last 100 laps, well, it was unexpected for me. How about for you?
You know what? It was awesome and unexpected, not because of Ross's talent. We know he has a bunch of that. He is one of the top drivers in the series as well. But to think of how he did it, you go back a couple of weeks where at Texas Motor Speedway, he started 31st and finished second. They had a fast car, but they were really able to utilize pit strategy and work their way up to the front that way. What Ross did on Sunday was incredible in that he wrecked the car Saturday. They rebuilt a new one Saturday afternoon and overnight into Sunday and brought a backup car to the racetrack, and he started last and passed every single car on the track. There was no pit strategy. There was no odd things happening that allowed him to do it. It was just a regular straight-up race, couple of cautions along the way, but they were on the same cycle as everyone. He literally passed 39 cars in 400 laps to drive his way to the front and win the race, and that was just an incredible thing to see, an incredible feat of driving.
And he won the race, right? I mean, William Byron didn't screw up. There was no real mistakes made. I mean, Ross won this race. Sometimes you can say another driver made a mistake. You just talked about pit stops and things of the like. A team may have made a mistake. Ross won this one, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was just simply a dogfight at the end. And, they had a cycle of pit stops. Denny Hamlin's car was really strong. William Byron's car was strong. They traded the lead about 15 times, like literally. And, Hamlin ended up having to come back for fuel before the end of the race. But Ross, the entire time, was just closing and closing and closing and finally closed to William Byron's back bumper. And with 6 laps to go, as he was chasing him down, the right opportunity came at the right time. He made a pass on William, dove right up in front of him, and basically said after the race, look, I had to make a move that either William was going to have to hit the brakes or we were both going to wreck. And that wasn't a dirty move by any stretch. William Byron had been, essentially blocking the whole day, and that's not a bad thing. I mean, that's just simply what you do. And when Ross made that move, it was a big, bold one, but it was also a move to win one of NASCAR's crown jewel races.
I got to give William Byron credit. Because literally, Brad, leading into the race, I watched Amazon's first 2 parts of the Earnhardt docuseries. And when Ross is making the move, and he's got him, but now he's got to slide up the track and stay in front of him. There are a few drivers. Byron could have tapped him. Byron could have just nicked his back right quarter panel there, and he made sure he didn't and raced the final 6 laps clean. I thought that was pretty classy because nobody would have given Byron a hard time if, hey, Ross tried to solidify the move and he didn't have enough room and they nipped one another. I thought it was really classy by Byron to let it play out that way.
Yeah, look, that's the way you should race. And a lot of times I'll talk about drivers and reference whether or not they're making good decisions on the racetrack. And for William Byron, I'm sure that stung. But also, William Byron is a strong enough competitor to know that he just simply got beat in that moment. And, Ross didn't do anything to rough him up to get around him or anything like that. They just simply raced each other hard, but they raced each other clean. But for William Byron, it's also a good decision on the racetrack to not make a bad move, and that would have been bad. But also to realize that he leaves Charlotte Motor Speedway having retaken the points lead from his teammate Kyle Larson. He proved that he can do it, and as much as he wanted to be able to have a full sweep of the weekend because he'd won the Xfinity race on Saturday and get a big win at his home track, I think he understood, like, this is the situation. I just got beat, and I don't need to do anything dumb to ruin my day as well.
All right. If the shoe would have been on the other foot, and the fact of the matter is that Miller and Moulton are both huge Ross Chastain's fans. He's from our neck of the woods. We've had him on the show a dozen times. We like Ross a lot. If Ross would have been leading for 280 laps or whatever the hell it was, and Byron was chasing him down, you think Ross would have let him get by?
I don't, but I also don't think Byron let Ross get by. I think if William, and here's the one thing too, and look, I'm a huge Chastain fan. My better half is a massive Chastain fan, and she was there Sunday night. It was awesome to watch the race through her eyes a little bit as well. And the one thing that any incident, any dust up that Chastain has had on the racetrack, which I don't think he necessarily does anything like evil or dirty. He just races hard. William Byron has consistently talked about him as like, look, we've raced each other clean. And I think Ross in that moment, just like Byron, if the roles had been reversed, would have understood. I just got beat. He would try to come back and do something like that. But I don't know that the outcome would have been any different. I think these are two drivers that really, really respect each other out there on the track. And, they're both Chevrolet teammates. And I think it would have been a nice, good, clean race.
PRN Racing, host of PRN Live. Also, you can hear him on SiriusXM's NASCAR Radio Channel 90. He is Brad Gillie. Follow Brad on X at Brad Gillie, Gillie. All right. Miller and Moulton, and we're casual. I'm a little more so than Mark, race fan. We like the whole trying to do the Indy Charlotte 1100. Now there's only like an hour and a half to play with. There's virtually no margin for error. Kyle Larson said afterwards, I really don't know if it can be done anymore. But I thought the owner of Trackhouse came out after the race and said, listen, this is a big deal. We may need to, both of us, make some allowances so we can have more people try this and do this. I'm curious, Brad, you're in the pits. You're the NASCAR part of this equation. Do they agree with the Trackhouse owner, or do they look at it as a distraction?
So I look at it this way, and I would love to see more people attempt to double. In fact, I'd like to see it go the other way, because every time we talk about it, pretty much, we talk about a NASCAR driver going to run the Indianapolis 500. I want to see Joseph Newgarden. I want to see Will Power. I want to see Alex Blow or Pato O'Ward come over from Indy and try and run the Coca-Cola 600. As well. Now, when it comes to, and I fully appreciate, and I don't disagree with what Justin Mark said, this is good for motorsports. And it's good for motorsports because it rarely happens. If this happened every year, would it be the same big deal that it is? Obviously, it's a hard thing to do. Kyle Larson has proven that over the past couple of years to be able to get in all 1,100 miles. And I think if you can make this happen, if both sides, the NASCAR and the IndyCar side, can say, hey, let's make sure we have enough of a window. Let's do this, as long as they're not compromising their own product. Kyle Larson going to run the Indy 500 is him running one Indy race. That's it. What IndyCar needs to think about is themselves and what's best for their season. Drawing a lot of attention to you is great. What NASCAR needs to think about is what's good for them and the best for their season as well. So I'm all for, let's see what we can do to make it happen, but I would never expect either of the two to compromise what's best for them in their big moment, because the Indy 500 is probably the biggest race in the world, period. The Coca-Cola 600 is one of NASCAR's crown jewel events. So you can't compromise what you're doing just so someone can do something, but you got to do everything you can to make it happen because it's a big deal.
How important was this win for Chastain? He'd not won in a while. Obviously, this secures his spot in the playoff, but he's an extremely popular driver. But when you don't win, popularity can wane. So how big was this win for Ross?
It's essential right now. You go back to last year, he won at Kansas Speedway. That was after missing the playoffs. So now this win does so many things. It solidifies him into the playoffs this season, guarantees him a spot in next year's All-Star race as well. You know, a lot of extra benefits go with it. It's a major win. It proves to both him and his team that through all of the adversity they went through, they can go out there and beat the best of the best. And as far as popularity goes, look, there are a couple of drivers out there who have their own souvenir trailers. You know, you want to get a Denny Hamlin souvenir, for example, or a Christopher Bell, you go to the Toyota trailer, the Joe Gibbs trailer. You want to get a souvenir, from William Byron, or from Alex Bowman. You go to the Hendrick trailer. You want a souvenir from Ross Chastain? You go to the Ross Chastain trailer. And it's Ross, it's Chase Elliott. I think Kyle Larson may have his own now, and that's it. So to me, the most popular driver award, that's where it's voted upon, is at the souvenir trailers. And he has a bunch of fans out there, and deservedly so. He's earned them. And, between those three drivers, they're the ones who really get it with the fans. And I think for the sport itself to have really the blue-collar guy, the multi-generation watermelon farmer, the guy who is not afraid to do anything on the track, go out there and win like he did, that's also great for the sport as a whole.
Brad, we're always appreciative of your time and your insight. Safe travels throughout the rest of the year. Hopefully we can catch up during the middle of the summer.
Yeah, look forward to it, man. You guys are awesome. Always love talking to you.
Brad Gillie, PRN Live, and SiriusXM's NASCAR Radio, Channel 90. Follow Brad on X at Brad Gillie, Gillie. Mark, just going to throw this out there. So Chastain wins the race. He's a Chevy driver. Apparently Dodge is trying to get back into NASCAR. And apparently the Dodge folks were all over Chastain in Victory Lane and his, garage after the race. And I'm wondering, will he be their marquee driver, if you will?
If he wants his car to fall apart every week.
Well, just saying.
So am I.
Well, not only that,
I would never leave a Chevy to go drive a new car in the series. Not in a million years.
And you're not going to have any friends. Okay. You've got, 15, 20 guys who are teammates in a way when you need them. Okay.
And when you need information for how things are running, you can go to the other. No, I wouldn't do it.
Just saying, that was the word. They were all over him after the race with their checkbooks not too far away. Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think they do, Logic Man. From best I could tell, Game 5 was the only game in which the game was like even. But during this 4-year run here, they haven't faced elimination very often. They were down 3-1 against Jacksonville last year.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett, among those who will join us on the show tomorrow. Mark, you mentioned it earlier. Caitlin Clark's injury. Do you know she's never been hurt before?
No, she's been always there to play. She's not missed games. She missed one. They pulled her from an exhibition game, or didn't have her play an exhibition game this year with that same quad injury. But she's never missed a college game or a regular season WNBA game.
So, but a strained quad, they're saying 2 weeks. Let's be honest, a lot of times these injuries end up being a little bit longer. So it's not a long season to begin with. And it's not a big deal or anything. She's the reason people watch. And if she ain't playing, they ain't going to watch.
Well, I didn't even realize I happened to turn it on Saturday, and the game was on CBS.
Uh-huh.
And I know we pay attention, and I know we've mentioned it, but I had forgotten that CBS was in the WNBA business.
Well, see, they had the games, that cute little CBS Sports Network thing, but they had the rights so that so in other words, if something good ever happened, you mean we could move it to CBS? Oh, okay. And sure enough, Caitlin Clark happened, and it's like, hey, we could move these games to CBS. Apparently, millions of people want to see her play.
Well, and I think, Angel Reese has spoken loudly and proudly since her entrance in the league that they come to watch her too. And I'm sure when the Sky and the Fever play Saturday night on CBS, the numbers will be exactly the same without Caitlin Clark because Angel Reese is playing. And people are clamoring to see her game. I mean, to see her miss layups and then get her own rebound 6-7 times a game, that's invigorating.
The other day, she took the Moses Malone thing and took it to a whole new level. She missed 5 shots in a row and grabbed her own rebound 5 times.
She's a good rebounder and a good defensive player, and that's about it.
Yeah.
But she thinks she's the second best player in the league. Just ask her.
That's not the case. But, I will say this could turn out to be a really good thing for Caitlin in terms of negotiations. I mean, don't you think? I mean, they're going to play some games here without her, and the ratings are going to be 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% less. I mean, honestly, what couldn't she ask for? Now, we've not been given any indication that she is going to handle negotiations this way. She is on year 2 of a standard 4-year rookie contract, but the CBA is up after this year. They can rip everything up after this year.
It's interesting that you bring it up from her standpoint because, David, I agree with you. There's not much that she couldn't ask for. But their union obviously negotiates on part of the entire league. And I think that the WNBA Players Association should be very careful as to how they approach these negotiations. Because if they think that they're a big boy league and at all have a work stoppage, it will crush that league. People will not react to that well at all, David. This is a negotiation that has to be worked out before the season starts. They cannot have a work stoppage with all the momentum that they've gained over the past couple of years. It would be a huge detriment to that league, to me, if some sort of work stoppage happens, because they think they're worth quite a bit more than they actually are.
Mark, there's no excuse to have a work stoppage because unlike most major pro sports leagues, it's not a 2, 3, 4 month off season. I mean, their season's going to end, I think, late September is when they're done playing games in the playoffs, and because I'm pretty sure they're done before the NBA season tips off. So they don't start playing again until essentially May 1st. I mean, do the math here. That's 7 months minimum to negotiate and settle your differences. But anyway, I can't find ratings for the Saturday CBS Indiana New York game, which, by the way, was 90-88.
Right. Good game. Went right down to the end.
Right. Clark had the ball in her hand, drove, put up a shot, claimed she got fouled. They said no. New York won. No, she didn't.
And New York kind of had him at arm's length throughout the game, and Indiana kept coming back and kept coming back. It was the right style of game to get a good rating, if you know what I mean, David.
Right. So, but like you said, you stumbled upon it. You didn't know it was on.
I was going to turn on the golf.
Right.
I'm a golf goober. You're a racing goober. I watched Colonial. I watched it on Saturday, and I watched it again on Sunday with people that no one's ever heard of trying to win a championship.
I will say it is a hell of a story. The guy who won Sunday literally retired from professional golf 4 years ago and did a year, doing real estate?
So sold mortgages.
Yeah.
Was in the mortgage business.
And decided, maybe I should just try this golf thing one more time. And this year he's got, a few top tens and won the team tournament at Zurich in New Orleans, and now just won his PGA Tour event. And 4 years ago, he hung up his spikes, so to speak.
And tell you what, when he won that team tournament, so now he's won twice in this short span, but there's a difference between a team tournament and an individual event. He's up by 2 going into 18. He chips the ball to 4 feet on the 18th hole. His playing partner's behind the green in 2, proceeds to chip it in. So he's got to make that 4-footer to win the tournament. And it was right dead center in the hole. There was never a doubt. But I think when he made that chip, he thought 5 was good enough to get him a victory, if you know what I mean.
Right. Right. I know they say in match play, you're always supposed to anticipate that the guy's going to hold the next shot. But in stroke play, you don't always do it. So, listen, you and I talked about this because we're golf goobers. We always thought the best tournament every year was Q School, and that they needed to make a big deal out of it because when you're literally playing for your career, how much more pressure could that be? Mark, I stumbled upon before the hockey yesterday, the final hour of the men's NCAA golf championships, the individual, but also then, the team scores are added up and the top 8 teams make it to match play. And Mark, Florida State was in. With an hour to go, they're in. And they have 3 golfers come to the 126-yard par 3, 8th hole, their 17th. And they make 4, 5, 5. And they go from they're in, to missing match play by a stroke.
A gap wedge for those guys.
126 yards.
Gap wedge. That's what they're hitting there. That none of those guys should miss the green at that. And I'm at the NCAA level. I'm serious.
Right. And even if you do, there's 2 bunkers. Okay, you make 4. But Mark, you could just see it, the pressure, and they were choking. And I felt badly for the coach. What can you do as a coach What are you going to do? Grab him by the shirt and say, snap out of it?
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't know, Clark. For me, hitting an 80% shot instead of a full shot's a lot harder. I know most of you smooth swinging guys have no problem with that, but when I got to lay off a club, I have a greater tendency to pull it than I do hitting it straight. That's a hard shot for me. But for guys at that level, you're probably right. That's funny, Johnny Mac.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Home stretch on this Tuesday. Hope you had a great holiday weekend. Thanks for starting your work week. For many of you with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett and a few others will join us tomorrow. Will the Panthers be able to get it done? Talk about that tomorrow. The aftermath of Game 4, Knicks and Pacers. And also start getting into baseball a touch. Just a smidge.
Well, and we'll find out if we get a series out west in hockey tonight, too.
Yep. Series went 6 last year. Dallas better win tonight if they want it to go 6 this year.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health, locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. Call today, 239-427-3441. That's 427-3441 or online at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. I'll say that again without stuttering, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. We start today in 1930, the Chrysler Building. At the time, the tallest man-made structure opens to the public at 1,046 feet tall. The Golden Gate Bridge opens today in 1937. Today in 63, Bob Dylan's second studio album, The Freewheelin' Bob Dylan. It has Blowin' in the Wind, A Hard Rain's Gonna Fall, and Don't Think Twice, It's All Right. It would be his critical and commercial breakthrough. 1968, George Halas announces his retirement from coaching, finishing with 318 regular season wins and 6 NFL titles. John Lennon records Imagine today in 1971. The Flyers go back-to-back today in 75, taking out the Sabres in 6. Bernie Parent wins his second consecutive Conn Smythe Trophy as playoff MVP.
The bet, I mean, can you believe the Flyers have not won since? Sure, it's 50 years, 49 seasons. I mean, the Flyers, now I know lately they haven't been good, but for 40 of the last 50 years, Mark, they were good.
They were good, but they lacked one thing from Bernie Parent on. That's a goaltender.
Yep.
And we all know, if you follow hockey or follow the Flyers, when they tragically lost Pelle Lindbergh in the car crash.
And Hextall had the one amazing year in 87, but otherwise, goaltending has haunted the Flyers. Put it this way, if the Flyers had the Rangers goaltending these last 40 years, seriously,
they might have 4.
At least.
Today in 1977, the Sex Pistols released God Save the Queen. The song would be banned by the BBC. Gee, I wonder why.
Everything about the song and the story and its banishment is just so good.
It got banned by the BBC, and their manager, I believe, hired a boat to cruise the River Thames and play the song at full blast.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. The new owners of the Colorado Rockies announced they're going to move the team to the Meadowlands in New Jersey, and they will become the New Jersey Devils today in 1982. Christopher Reeve is paralyzed from the neck down after the injury from falling from his horse in a riding competition today in 1995. In maybe one of baseball's, not on the field, but in baseball's worst funny moments was today in 2014 in New York as 50 Cent threw out the first pitch of the Mets game. He missed the catcher by at least 20 feet.
Just a bit outside. Yeah.
I did not realize this until I put this together this morning. Topps produced a baseball card to commemorate that.
There are those that think it is the worst ceremonial first pitch to a baseball game. And that in and of itself is saying something.
And Top Gun Maverick was released today 3 years ago.
Save movies.
It did. Save the movie theater. I don't know about, but it saved the movie theater, David, in a big way. Cornelius Vanderbilt, Wild Bill Hickok, Hubert Humphrey, Sam Snead, Henry Kissinger, Louis Gossett Jr., and Lisa Lopes would have all celebrated birthdays today. Todd Bridges from Different Strokes is 60. Frank Thomas and Jeff Bagwell are each 57. Danny Werfel is 51, and Andre 3000 from Outkast is 50. What did I miss, David?
The Super Soaker. You didn't have that, did you?
I did not.
The Super Soaker. All right. Today in 1986, Lonnie Johnson patents the Super Soaker water gun. It was initially entitled Squirt Gun. Ultimately renamed Super Soaker, best-selling water toy of all time. It's in the American National Toy Hall of Fame. I didn't realize there was such a thing.
Oh, we've
Time
talked
to
the
see
Toy Hall of
life
Fame
a
on
little
this
bit
show.
differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
So we didn't just talk like hypothetically if there was one?
No. Every year there are the new toys that are inducted into the Toy Hall of Fame.
You're right. My bad. But that's a first ballot Hall of Famer, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, much like the Slinky, David. I mean, where would we be without it in Toyland?
Super Soaker? I mean, come on.
For the good today, we go across the pond to Canterbury, where a group of young kids are being dubbed heroes after a man and wife and their 11-month-old son flipped a vehicle. The kids, who were about 100 yards away, rushed to the accident site, pulling out the man and his son. The baby's mom, still trapped inside, was soon helped out through a passenger side window. A bystander said they were heroes. It was really heartening to see, he said, especially given what is often said about young people. Look at those damn kids saving lives. For the bad, we go to Norway, where a Norwegian man was woken early in the morning and alerted to an unusual situation. There was a cargo ship in his front yard.
Tell you what, there are sound sleepers, and then there's this guy.
A cargo ship had run aground in his backyard. Right. I mean, I don't know. What do you do about that?
I mean, I have to admit, I have slept through a lot, and I can sleep through a lot.
And he slept through it because his neighbor woke him up by ringing the doorbell.
But man, oh man, the cargo ship. That's the other thing. It's not, 4 people out on their 30-footer here.
Right.
There's a lot of weight behind this sucker. When it makes contact with things, it's going to make a lot of noise.
And finally, the ugly, we bring it back home to the gritty streets of Naples, where police arrested 21-year-old Charles Snookman, a self-proclaimed social media influencer.
Okay.
He had stolen almost $6,000 of jewelry from a condominium. The owner of the condominium realized it was stolen after a maintenance worker had access to the condo. Turned out that Chucky was able to pawn off one of the 3 items before being arrested. The social media influencer will likely spend some time behind bars because he's been charged with grand theft. How do you think a 21-year-old social media influencer is going to do in jail?
Not well.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Tuesday, May 27th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Well, everybody's playing in baseball. So we got 15 games. There's one that's nationally televised. The Braves and the Phillies, 6:45 on TBS. Braves and Phillies. Strider for the Braves. Now, the Marlins are in San Diego tonight. Rays, who have won 6 in a row, they're home for the Twins at 7 o'clock. Okay. The Cubs are minus 340, so we know who they're playing.
Rockies and Cubs in action today. In case you were wondering, the Rockies, during our break for Memorial Day, did win their 9th game of the season.
Yes, they did.
9-45 are the Rockies at the 1/3 pole. That's right. They're projected right now to win 27 games.
They've lost 8 of 9.
I'll take the Cubs.
They've lost 8 of 9 and 12 of 14. Listen, you know me. I think everybody's due. I can't bet the Rockies. Even at, plus, I'm nearly getting like plus 300, for goodness sakes. Can't do it. 9-45. Golly. We'll see if Ohtani can homer in a 3rd straight game tonight.
From the leadoff spot. I mean, he
Right.
jacked one early in the last 2, right?
Yep. First pitch of the game last night.
Yeah.
8 o'clock tonight, 4-letter network. Hockey. Dallas and Edmonton. Oilers up 2-1. Trying to be up 3-1, same as the Panthers, and then those two staring at one another going, what do you say we do it again in June? You know what we did last year? Went 7. People found it fairly entertaining. What do you say?
I picked Dallas before the series began, even though I was rooting for the Edmonton Oilers. I want to see McDavid play in as many games as is humanly possible. He's that good. I think Edmonton gets it done tonight at home, David.
Well, I have to admit, it's starting to honk me off. Stu Skinner's looking like an NHL goalie. Now, I do think the puck right now is just finding a way of finding him, and he's a big guy because he moves like Herman Munster in between the pipes. I mean, I can't believe he stops the puck as often as he does. But, Mark, I'm with you. Pick Dallas. I picked them for 4 years straight coming out of the West. But they're in trouble. They are not scoring goals.
No, and Dallas for 2 periods, I thought outplayed Edmonton in game 2, and they were still down in the game, and it had to be frustrating because there were times in which the ice was tilted in game 3, but Skinner stopped everything. It goes the other way. It ends up in the back of the net, and Ottinger's a really good goaltender.
And Dallas did get a bad call against them. Edmonton had put one into the stands. It should have been delay a game, and instead, literally 36 seconds later, the Oilers scored twice. And so instead of Dallas on the power play in a scoreless game.
And they should have been. It was a blown call. Yeah, period. End of sentence.
And it is interesting that call is not reviewable.
I don't get that. The 4 of them don't see it. There's an obvious way to check this.
Right.
We have all kinds of cameras, and it was apparent to everyone.
Right.
And DeBoer gets interviewed right after the coach's interview, and he's like, we're playing great. We had a bad call, and they scored twice. I don't know what to say.
And NBA tonight, TNT, home teams are winless in this series. Pacers, a slight home favorite tonight, 2.5, game 4. Knicks and Pacers. Does Indiana become the first home team to win a game in this series?
I say that they do. They didn't shoot it great in losing to the Knicks in game 3. I think they'll shoot better at home. And at the end of the day, I said it earlier, David, it's not this great analogy, but I have a lot of difficulty thinking that the home team is going to lose every one of the first 4 games in this series. And the Knicks have been unbelievable on the road in the playoffs. What are they, 5-1 in the postseason on the road, David?
Now 6-1 after
6-1
the other night. Yeah.
6-1 on the road, but the Pacers are undefeated in games 1, 2, 4, and 5 in the playoffs. They've lost every game 3 thus far.
So TNT, remember, Eastern Conference Hockey and Hoop, TNT, Western Conference Hockey and Hoop, ESPN. Do need to remind the hockey fan out there, the finals are on TNT this year. They're not on ABC, ESPN. They're on TNT.
Good.
Well, yes, but I also think it'll mean they'll get to playing hockey sooner. They won't sit down and figure out how's the NBA schedule look compared to the NHL schedule, which is what they did last year. And it's why we had the Florida-Edmonton series go, I think, till June 24th. I have a feeling that series might be done a week sooner this year. Miller and Moulton, have a great rest of your day.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This is Miller and Moulton.